I have a very simple task, and that is to welcome all of you to today's function, and more importantly, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for finding time off his busy schedule to come round to hand over these motorbikes, pickups, armor cars, and also take the time to commission the facelift of the police headquarters, and at the end of the day, for us to be able to be out there to continue to execute our mandate of protecting life and property. Mr. President, we want to assure you that any time that you come here in more traditional terms to be a Father Christmas to us. And today we are experiencing same. But one thing do come to mind, and that is in Luke chapter 12, verse 48. And I paraphrase, to whom much is given, much is expected. In effect, we know how you cherish peace and security, and indeed your vision of ensuring that there is total security, law and order in this country. And for this reason, you continue to resource us as the prime internal security agency to ensure that we get to that destination. Mr. President, as we welcome you and wait for these resources to be handed over to us, we want to assure you that we'll do everything to ensure that we'll deliver on that vision and mandate of yours.
Today, it is a privilege for me to be here to observe and watch another milestone in the transformation agenda of His Excellency the President for the Police. To put this development in context, in 2016, before His Excellency won the election, he did observe that there was a fear syndrome in Ghana, and he set the goal of making each and every person in Ghana feel safe. Part of the elements of that vision was that it's going to ensure that the Ghana Police Service was an independent professional body, and that he was going to work hard to provide equipment to make sure that the police delivered on their mandate, along with other security agencies, to achieve his goal of making each and every person feel safe in Ghana. Accordingly, in 2018 State of the Nation address, he did allocate 800 million cedis to start this transformation. Mr. President, giving me the privilege to serve you at the Interior, I can report that there is great progress and that the Ghana Police Service today is professional and independent, and it is demonstrated by the fact that any person who commits an offense in this country, regardless of his station in life, is put through due process. Mr. President, I will tell you that even police officers have been sent to court because they breached traffic regulations.
It is always good to be back at the headquarters of the officers, men and women, who have decided to put their lives on the line to serving our nation and its people with integrity. Just as I did on 15th August last year, with the handing over of 1,500 motorbikes, I'm here today to deliver 100 pickup vehicles, 600 motorbikes, and 6 armored personnel carrier vehicles to the police service, in addition to commissioning the National Police Headquarters facelift project. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, are evidence, if any were needed, of government's commitment to the continuous retooling of the police, a responsibility my government takes very seriously, It is born out of the fact that the police plays a critical role in the development of our country. Hence the need to ensure that the police service is adequately resourced to discharge its duties for the safety and security of all of us, as well as for the growth of economic activity. It is for this reason that I urge the leadership of the police service to continue to do their part towards deepening the sense of security, law, and order in the country. Indeed, I'm aware of the several innovative measures deployed by the police administration to help improve security across the country. The specialized anti-robbery task forces spread across what used to be crime hotspots have been very successful in reducing significantly violent crimes. We're all witnesses to the increase in police visibility, which has contributed to improved police response time. Instilling discipline on our roads is one other area the police has made a lot of gains. Through the police action against rider indiscipline, Operation Party, and the Police Invisible Eye type program, we now see that most motorbike riders stop at traffic lights for their own safety and the safety of other road users. Indeed, the incidents of abuse of sirens have greatly reduced, especially within Accra. The good news is that through these road safety targeted interventions, for the first time in a long time, our nation has recorded a 20% decrease in the number of persons killed through road accidents and crashes. This is highly commendable, even though I know we can do even more. I thus make an appeal to motorbike riders, especially, and to all other road users, to obey traffic regulations at all times. Ghana needs all of her citizens to help move her forward. The 100 pickup vehicles, 600 motorbikes, and 6 APC vehicles I'll be handing over shortly are to be used by the formed police units, FPUs, in all regions of the country. Until recently, the FPU was only stationed in Accra. However, through support from government, the unit was extended to Kumasi in the Ashanti region and is now being formed in all other regions. All regions across the country are soon going to benefit from the services of this specialized unit. These regional FPUs will be spread across 140 bases in various communities in all the regions. Without any doubt, their presence will enhance greatly security, law, and order in the country. I want to urge the officers, men and women, who are going to serve in the FPUs across the regions to undertake their duties with utmost professionalism. Show love and civility to the communities you will be in, but at the same time, do your work without fear or favor. Always remember that you are accountable to the good people of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, it is refreshing to observe the numerous renovations and changes that have been carried out on the frontage and the immediate surroundings of the police headquarters. The reconstruction of the walls around the headquarters, the remodeling of the gates, and the renovation of the CID building. The landscaping around the entire building and on your premises will not go unnoticed. I dare say, if we were to rank all public buildings now, the police headquarters will most likely emerge as one of the best in terms of the appearance of the surroundings. I must say, when an environment looks this beautiful and put together, it creates a sense of orderliness and discipline in the minds of its patrons. I commend the leadership of the service for embarking on this renovation and facelift project. As I conclude, I want to express the appreciation of the nation to the Inspector General of Police, members of the Police Management Board, and all police officers for the invaluable services they provide the country, even at the peril of their lives. I pray for speedy recovery for the 2 police officers who recently suffered gunshot injuries in the line of duty and are currently receiving medical attention. I'm confident that they will receive the best of care under the Police Emergency Medical Intervention Fund. To the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akuffo-Dampare, in particular, I want to assure you of government's unflinching support for the measures you're putting in place to help build the police service Ghanaians want. We can all testify that under your leadership, our police service is undergoing a great improvement and a change of image before our very eyes. Gradually, the police have brought order to the roads, and we all now know that the law is no respecter of persons or vehicle types. We want this to continue, and you should always remember that you have the support of the President of the Republic in the conduct of your important duties. Finally, I appeal to all officers of the regional FPUs to ensure that these 100 pickup vehicles, 600 motorbikes, and the 6 APCs are kept in good condition at all times to enhance the delivery of policing services in all the 140 communities. I also entreat the leadership of the service to maintain the new face of the police headquarters. Let me now invite the Minister for the Interior, the Honorable Ambrose Derry, Member of Parliament for Nandom, and the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akuffo-Dampare, to receive the vehicles and motorbikes on behalf of the police administration, after which I'll move to the frontage for the commissioning of the headquarters facelift project. May God bless the Ghana Police Service and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
When I met Dancegod, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Dancegod.
Did you actually quit your job?
Yes, so at a point,
full-time on Dancegod?
At a point I did. I had to. I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like, he knows that at the time, like, I was working with a lot of brands at that time. Everything we did back then was for free, you know, so it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out.
Hi guys, we are back again, Chale. I'm right here in the eastern region of Ghana and we are on a quad bike behind me, and this is one activity you should do whenever you're here in Ghana. This is one activity you should do whenever you're in the Eastern region. So I'm super excited. You all are coming along, and so far so good. It's been amazing. This is how it all started. So guys, this is the bike I'm going to be using, and they are taking us to how to ride the bike. So this is my new friend. What's your name?
This I'm called Matthias.
Matthias, okay.
Okay, this is your brake.
This is my brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Your accelerator.
Accelerator, alright.
Okay. Back brake over here.
That's the back brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is a gear.
Okay.
We have forward, neutral, reverse.
Okay.
Now it's on neutral.
Okay.
Just push it like this forward.
Okay.
Then you accelerate it a little bit to move the bike.
Okay.
Are you okay now?
So yeah, he has taken me through everything. I'm about to move the bike. This is my second time doing quad biking here in Ghana. So let's go, guys.
Slowly. Now please let your hand be on the brakes, okay?
Yeah, so guys, we are ready to quad bike here. I'm very excited about it. Hi guys! So I'm going quad biking with you, of course. So let's go. I'm happy. I'm super excited. Let's go, guys. lot of dust and the fumes. So yeah, hi love. How is it going so far?
Love it.
You love it? And you?
Amazing.
My new friend has problem with his bike. So Kwabena has issues with his bike, so he's getting it fixed. The fumes really smells a lot. So we are heading back. This is meant to be a dirty game, so we all look dirty now. Like I'm so dirty, dusty, and yeah, it is fun. You must do this. I just ended mine. I'm always the first, you know. Look at them. They are not coming back. So guys, yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. Come. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I had so much fun quad biking here inside the forest here in the eastern region. I had such an amazing time. Can't see the location, Ghana. Do want to follow them on Instagram and book your spots whenever you're in Ghana. Please don't miss. Next year December is happening. Next year January is happening all year round with Location Ghana. So I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed coming along with you. Until next time, guys, please don't be missing my videos. I post on Wednesdays and on Sundays, but now I'm going to be giving you Friday vibes, so 3 times a week. I hope you're excited just as I am. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. So we are here at the countryside, which is at Edukrum, and it's like a house. So they have like activities, they have games such as an indoor game, Ludo, and there's also an outdoor game, basketball here, which the guys are playing. So we took tents, so the other group is going. So yeah, we just ended the quad biking, about to play some Ludo while we wait for other colleagues and head back to Accra. It was such an experience. I will urge you all to try it whenever you can. It's an easy it's easy to learn. They'll teach you there and then, so you don't have to know how to ride a quad bike to be here. So yeah.
Sarah, your turn.
My turn. I'm the one losing here at the moment. Oh, 5.
Still loses.
I know, right? Meanwhile, I'm the one teaching everyone. The teacher is losing.
Updates on the kindly permit me to take you through some dignitaries who are with us this morning. Then we will invite the minister for his presentation. I would like to acknowledge all directors and technical staff from the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The following dignitaries are also here with us: the Administrator, Office of Administrator of Stool Lands, Mrs. Mame Ama Edumadi Akwa. We are also joined by the Coordinator for National Alternative Livelihood Program, Dr. Louise Carol Sewadonko. Also with us is the Advisor on Mines to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Benaye. We also have with us the CEO of Forestry Commission, Mr. John Alote. Also with us is the CEO of Minerals Commission, Mr. Martin Aisi. We are also joined this morning by the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, responsible for lands and forestry, and Member of Parliament for Achema Nwebieja North Constituency, Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Minister himself, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us. Without wasting much time, I will invite Honorable Minister to address us.
Our hard-working Deputy Minister for Information, my dependable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who is responsible for lands and forestry, heads of the various agencies under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, I want, as always, to thank the Ministry of Information for providing us with a platform to inform the good people of Ghana about the policies and programs being implemented in support of the vision of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to bring the much-needed development to our people. As I did last year, I will update you on developments in the lands and natural resources sector of our country under three broad themes, namely mining, forestry, and land. And in so doing, I will present an update on the work of the various agencies and projects under the ministry. I will begin with mining. Development in the mining sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mining continues to be one of the main pillars of our economy. The sector retains its position as a leading source of export revenue. Export receipts in 2022 alone gave us some $6.6 billion in respect of gold. Following significant investment in exploration, 4 new large-scale mining operations will start production within the next 2.5 years. There are also significant investments in the redevelopment and expansion of existing mines. After reviving the Obuasi mines in 2019, the Bibiani mine, which had been dormant for 7 years, has also been revived, and production started in October last year. These investments will result in a significant increase in our mineral production and government revenue. To promote more investment in the sector, we are currently undertaking a general review of the mining policy adopted in 2014 and the Minerals and Mining Act, which was passed in 2006, to align them with current developments in the mining industry, local content, and local participation. As part of measures to promote job creation in the mining industry through the use of local expertise, the Minerals Commission last year increased the items on the local procurement list of goods and services reserved for Ghanaians from 29 to 41, and this year the number has again been increased to 50. The new additions include the provision of medical services at mine sites, construction and management of tailing storage facilities, assaying and motor rewinding. We have also increased the provision of financial, insurance, and reinsurance services reserved for Ghanaians from 20% to a minimum of 60%. The provision of these goods and services by Ghanaians will ensure that we retain here in our country some $3 billion annually, which will otherwise have been exported. Value addition. Discussions are ongoing with Rand Refinery of South Africa, a London Bullion Marketing Association LBMA referee, to secure LBMA certification to enable us easily export and trade our refined gold on the international market. PMMC's jewelry subsidiary is now able to produce gold tablets, engrave and plate jewelry, and this will be a major boost for our work. The plan going forward is to establish a gold souk a marketplace for manufacturing and marketing of gold articles here in Accra. The implementation of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation GIADEX 4 project agenda is on course. Drilling and mineral resource estimation on 2 hills in Awaso under Project 1 will soon commence to expand the existing mine, and significant amount of work has been done on the other 3 projects. Mineral resource estimation for iron ore is also underway at the Akwafo deposit to determine its tonnage, grade, and value. Diversification of mineral resource base. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Geological Survey Authority continues to intensify limestone exploration activities in the Mamprusi West District of the Northeast region to develop limestone mines to feed the cement industry. Over 3,000 acres of land has been identified as suitable for clinker production. The authority has also identified and evaluated over 1,275 metric tons of clay resources at Asin Fosu and its environs in the Asin North and Central districts of the Central region, suitable for the production of high-quality acid crucibles, bricks, tiles, and electrical porcelain. Regulation of small-scale mining. Ladies and gentlemen, to support the small-scale mining subsector, last year, government reduced withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners, which was introduced in 2015, from 3% to 1.5%. This has resulted in a massive increment in gold exports from small-scale mining, from 3,429.91 kilograms in 2021 to 22,158.25 kilograms in 2022. That is about 600% increment. The ministry continues to implement its 2-pronged approach of law enforcement and reformation to deal with illegal small-scale mining. Thus, river bodies remain red zones for mining, while recognizant prospecting and/or exploration in forest reserves continue to be suspended, except in exceptional circumstances. 5 speed boats have been procured to patrol our river bodies. We are also implementing the Minerals and Mineral Operations Tracking of Earth-Moving and Mining Equipment Regulations 2020, LI 2404, and we expect to track some 4,000 excavators and other earth-moving equipment. So far, a control room has been established at the Minerals Commission headquarters, and 75 excavators at various mine sites have been installed with tracking devices. We continue to promote responsible small-scale mining through community mining schemes. Last year, 14 of these schemes were commissioned, and last month, I commissioned the first community mining for the year in Bongoso in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. In the coming days, new community mining schemes will be commissioned in Bole in the Savannah region, Wa in the Upper West region, and Nangruma in the Northeast region. All these schemes are supported with gold catchers to help small-scale miners extract gold from the ore without the use of mercury, thereby being in accord with the Minamata Convention on Mercury. The National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program, which President Akufo-Addo launched in 2021, is also being implemented to provide alternative sources of livelihood to illegal miners. The program employs several youths in the production of seedlings and reclamation of degraded mine lands. Currently, reclamation is ongoing in over 1,000 hectares of degraded lands in Ashanti, Eastern, and Western regions. This year, the apprenticeship, skills training, and entrepreneurship model of the program will be rolled out and is expected to provide training for some 5,000 youth in agriculture, technical, vocational, industrial, and mining skills. These gamut of measures have yielded some positive results, with most of our river bodies visibly clearing up and the turbidity levels improving. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not to suggest that we have rid our country of illegal mining. We have not. As we speak, the cartels involved in these illegalities continue to operate and are finding every means to outwit us. But we will continue to adopt the necessary measures to ensure that we come to grips with this canker. Let me assure the country on behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that we will not relent on our efforts in this noble undertaking. Development of mining communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minerals Development Fund continues to provide financial resources from mineral royalties for the benefit of mining communities. 21 local management committees, LMCs, have been inaugurated across the country, and 28 projects are being undertaken by these LMCs. In addition to the above, the fund, through its Alternative Livelihood Program, has distributed over 11.6 million hybrid oil palm seedlings to some 48,000 farmers across mining communities in the country. The fund also continues to support research institutions to undertake research into mining and build local capacity for the mining industry. Apieti reconstruction. Following the tragic Apieti incident on 20th January 2022, government committed to reconstruct the community into a modern, green, and sustainable community as a model for rural development in our country. Construction began last year, and the first phase of the project is about 40% complete. This phase includes the construction of 124 housing units made up of 2 to 7 bedroom houses, a school block with sanitary facilities, and the construction of roads within the community. 106 of the housing units and a 6-unit classroom block are at different stages of completion, with some being roofed as we speak. We are hoping to move the victims of this tragic incident from their temporary accommodations back to their community before the end of the year. The recommendations of the Health and Safety Committee, established after the incident, chaired by the Vice-Chancellor of George Park Grant University of Mines and Technology, UMAT, Professor Richard Amankwa, are also being implemented and has led to a lot of reforms in the sector. A comprehensive review of the regulations on explosives, the Minerals and Mining Explosives Regulations 2012, LI 2177, has also been completed and will soon be laid before Parliament. The forestry sector, forest protection and enhancement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our timber and timber products export increased significantly from 302,183.04 cubic meters in 2021 to 343,440.081 cubic meters in 2022, representing an increase of 13.65%. This generated a total amount of 153,861,837 euros and 67 cents. To protect our forest resources, recognizance, prospecting, and/or exploration activities in forest reserves continue to be suspended, except in exceptional circumstances, and the harvesting, salvaging, trading, exporting, and importing of rosewood, as well as the issuance of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species and Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES permit for the export of rosewood, continue to be banned. The Forestry Commission, with the support of the Ghana Armed Forces, has cordoned off all forest reserves and wildlife protected areas to rid them of illegal mining and illegal logging. Last year, 212 suspects were arrested by the Rapid Response Team of the Forestry Commission for various forest and wildlife offenses. These suspects are standing trial at various courts across the country. The team also seized and/or decommissioned scores of equipment and forest products, including 44,522 assorted lumber, 54 vehicles, and 17 excavators. While protecting the forest, we continued with our aggressive afforestation and reforestation program, including our flagship Green Ghana project. Last year, on the Green Ghana Day, a total of 26,563,607 seedlings were distributed, out of which 24,552,925 seedlings were verified to have been planted. This year, the President of the Republic has decided that we lower the target to 10 million trees. This is to enable us to devote much attention to nurturing the over 30 million trees already planted to ensure that all of them reach maturity. In addition to the Green Ghana project, we are, in partnership with the Departments of Parks and Gardens and Urban Roads, implementing a green streets project under which we are planting trees in the maidens of streets and avenues of major roads in our cities to beautify the cities while contributing to the fight against climate change. The project is currently being implemented in Accra from the Tetekwashi interchange through Shiashi and Oponglo to Legon Presec. It will be scaled up to cover all major roads in Accra and all 16 regional capitals of our country. Under the forest plantation strategy, over 10 million seedlings were produced last year, and a total of 66,355.42 hectares of forest was planted. The Forest Plantation Development Fund, through the Youth in Plantation established as an occupation program, has sponsored 75 unemployed graduates to go into forest plantation. Over 375 hectares of land in forest reserves have been cultivated in Ashanti, Bono, and Bono East regions under this program, with an additional 32 hectares cultivated in off-reserves in the Volta and Oti regions. Wildlife protection and ecotourism. Distinguished guests, you will recall that last year I reported that the Forest Commission has launched an ecotourism handbook to promote ecotourism in our country. This has contributed significantly to increasing the number of visitors to our ecotourism sites and zoological gardens. Despite the Accra Zone being closed for more than 3 months, visits to the various ecotourism sites increased by 59% to 361,505. The new Wildlife Management Bill, which was approved by Cabinet last year, has been laid before Parliament and is expected to be passed before the end of this meeting of Parliament to enhance the protection and management of our wildlife resources. Climate change initiatives. As a respected member of the international community, ladies and gentlemen, we continued the implementation of our various initiatives aimed at halting climate change, including the Ghana Red Plus strategy. I am happy to report that under the Ghana Cocoa Forest Red Plus program, the first model of the Red Plus strategy, which was launched by President Akufo-Addo in 2019, we recorded emission reduction of 972,465 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent for the first accounting period beginning June and December 2019, which has been verified and validated. This has generated resource-based payment of $4,862,280 United States dollars, which we have begun receiving. This makes Ghana the second country in Africa and the third in the world to receive resource-based payment from the Carbon Fund. In recognition of our forest climate change policies, Ghana has been made the co-chair of the Forest and Climate Leadership Partnership, FCLP, a new political forum that brings government and other partners together to implement solutions that help reduce forest loss and land degradation while promoting sustainable development. Forest Investment Program. Distinguished guests, the Forest Investment Program is a mixed grant and loan from the World Bank aimed at, among others, protecting and increasing our forest estate and piloting the viability of contracting commercial loans for plantation development. I'm happy to announce that Parliament has ratified the on-lending agreement for the disbursement of $7 million United States dollars to support small to medium-scale plantation development and stimulate private sector investment in commercial forest plantation. Some 85,000 hectares of forest will be planted under this program through private participation in forest plantation. Members of the media are invited and welcome to participate. Land sector. Implementation of the Land Act. Distinguished guests, the Lands Commission continued public education and implementation of this act, including stakeholder engagements with traditional authorities, religious bodies, corporate entities, and among others. In furtherance of this, a national land conference was held in December last year to, among others, increase public awareness and potential benefits of Act 1036, foster high-level support and ownership of interventions to tackle land governance, and to empower and develop capacities of land sector stakeholders. A multi-stakeholder platform is being established with a secretariat at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to implement the recommendations of the conference. Preparations are also underway for the development of various legislative instruments to ensure the efficient implementation of the Act, and they are expected to be completed by the third quarter of this year. Digitalization of land administration services. In addition to the online portal, which enables clients to access selected services online, the 6 regional offices of the 6 new regions, namely Ahafo, Bono East, Northeast, Oti, Savannah, and Western North, operate fully digital. Plans are far advanced to engage a private partner through a public-private partnership to deliver a holistic digitalization of land administration. The technical documents are currently being reviewed by the Ministry of Finance, and we are hopeful that we'll secure the necessary approvals to commence this all-important initiative this year. Protection of public lands. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lands Commission, in collaboration with the Ghana Police Service, has undertaken a number of operations to recover encroached public lands. The Commission is also working with the Ghana Police Service to provide protection for all public lands and prevent them from further encroachment. We are also engaging ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, to take steps to protect lands acquired for their use or which fall within the jurisdiction of the assemblies in accordance with Section 236 of Act 1036. Infrastructure development. The construction of the 7-story Lands Commission head office is about 85% complete and is expected to be completed and handed over by the end of this year. Phase 2 of the Greater Accra Regional Office is also expected to be completed by the end of the third quarter of this year. Construction of the Tema District Office Complex commenced in February 2022, and the first phase is expected to be completed by the end of the first quarter of this year. Jubilee City. Government has decided to redevelop the 80 acres of land around the Kotoka International Airport, stretching from the Stambik Heights through Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority Regional Office to the Ministry of Defense into a modern commercial hub. Agencies located within the enclave, including the Ghana Police Service, DVLA, Ghana Airport Company Limited, and the Ghana Meteorological Agency, are being relocated to Kwabenya, close to the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. A 504 1- and 2-bedroom self-contained housing unit with a school complex, a clinic, and a recreational area with a standby generator has been constructed for the Ghana Police Service. This edifice is about 95% complete and is expected to be handed over by the end of next month. A modern DVLA office complex, accommodation for Ghana Airport Company Limited and the Ghana Meteorological Agency, as well as a workshop complex for the Ghana Police Service, is also being constructed at Boshe, around the same area. This will pave way for the movement of all the agencies located within the Jubilee City enclave for the redevelopment to commence. Stool Land Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Office of the Administrator of Stool Lands, in accordance with Article 267 of our National Constitution, mobilized and disbursed a total of 125 million Ghana cedis to the stated beneficiaries and facilitated the establishment of 4 customary land secretariats in the Northern, Eastern, and Greater Accra region. As part of government digitalization agenda, the office, with the support of the German International Corporation, GIZ, has developed an OASL revenue application, OASL Ref app, to support the collection of stool land revenue. Staff in all 9 operational regions of the office have been trained and are using the app for data collection, billing, and payment. Boundary protection. The Ghana Boundary Commission has completed the construction of a land boundary terminus, Pillar 1, on the Ghana-Togo border, and paves way for us this year to commence the second phase of the boundary delineation. Land boundary reaffirmation exercises with Côte d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso also continue unabated. To build and enhance the capacities of stakeholders in relevant maritime frameworks and laws, as well as maritime boundary dispute preemption and resolution, the Commission will, this year, hold an international conference on, quote, maritime boundaries and international law in Africa, end quote. This will help littoral African countries, including our neighbors, to gain an understanding of maritime frameworks and laws, that govern the maritime space globally to ensure the proper exploration and management of marine resources. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, my able Deputy Minister, members of the press, distinguished guests, these are some of the highlights of developments in the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. We understand that the resources we have been entrusted to manage are for the people of Ghana, and our duty is a fiduciary one, which requires us to responsibly and intelligently ensure that Ghanaians benefit from them. Honorable Deputy Ministers, friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you and the good people of Ghana that government, under the distinguished and outstanding leadership of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will continue to adopt and implement policies necessary for the effective protection, preservation, management, and utilization of the lands and natural resources of our country for the benefit of the Ghanaian people, the owners of these resources. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for that insightful presentation. Seriously, when Minister started speaking, I was interested in the money part. And the moment he mentioned that mining exports is giving the country as much as $6.6 billion US, I said, oh, then let us really support this ministry to do well, because if they make it, Ghana will make it definitely. So it's so impressive to note that I don't think anyone at your ministry gets to sleep, because this has been a marathon of all the wonderful things that you are doing at the ministry. But a few things of the many wonderful things you said, which I believe are of interest to Ghanaians who are watching us from their various homes, has to do with the LBM certification that you are trying to get, so that we can refine and export gold on the international markets. I believe that summarizes what this government means by Ghana Beyond Aid. If we can add value to whatever we have in this country and export, then of course we will create more opportunities within the value chain and also make a lot of income for our country. Minister also mentioned another interesting point, which has to do with reclamation of degraded lands. He mentioned that in Ashanti and Eastern region, over 1,000 hectares of lands which were degraded are being reclaimed. It's also important to note that Minister mentioned that about 11.6 million high-grade palm seedlings have been given as part of the alternative livelihood program, so that they will be able to support the communities. And also of particular importance is the reconstruction of the Apiate community. Minister mentioned that when you look at the phase one, about 40% of work has already been completed, which include housing, schools, and community town roads. Of particular importance is also some developments within the forestry sector. Minister mentioned that the Forestry Commission has arrested some 204 people, have effected 204 arrests for various forestry and wildlife offenses. He also mentioned that Ghana and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is planting and has planted. I have been part of the Green Ghana project for 2 years in a row. So it's so exciting to hear from Honorable Minister that some 24,552,921 seedlings have already been planted. And as I said, Minister has mentioned so many wonderful things that are happening at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And these are a few that I can summarize for those who just joined us. I will now yield to friends who are here with us. If you have any question or comments, we will take two sets of questions, 5 in the first round and another 5 in the second round. So let me start from this wing. I can't see any lady's hand. I would have given you the first option. but let me start from those in the front row. So we'll take the first 5 and then go to this one. So let's start from you. Kindly mention your name and affiliation and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. Can you use the microphone, please? Which company, please? Okay. Thank you for the question.
My name is Minister, I'd like to find out towards the end of the year where you reports regarding the Aisha 1 case, even before that there were a number of other nationals who were arrested. I just want to find out from you what's the updates regarding those particular cases, especially with Aisha 1. And secondly, I also like to find out from you regarding the issues of river guards patrolling our water bodies and the issue of polluted river bodies. What is the updates regarding that? Because quite recently, the Deputy Minister visited the Ankrobia, but 2 days later, we realized that the water situation over there was actually, changing. So I just wanted to brief us on that as well.
Thank you for the question. Please, let's keep the questions maximum at 2. Yes.
Cliff from Ghanaian Times. Minister, I would want to know where the 4 large mining companies expected to start operation in the next 2 years are located, what type of mining they are going to. Is it underground or surface mining? And also, if possible, you can tell us the shareholding structure of these 4 new mining companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We'll take 2 more. So Nana and John.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. My name is Nana Poku from Daily Searchlight. You did mention that Ghana got a whooping $6.6 billion from gold exports. Is it all the money for Ghana, or that? What is our share? If that's the money is not for us, what is our share of that money? And I didn't hear you mention. I want to know how much Ghana got from that money, or if all that money is for Ghana. That's my question. My second question had to do with, you mentioned about Bibiani mines that have been resurrected or revamped to come into being. What is happening to Konongo mines? It's also been in the doldrum for quite a long time now. And then my last question.
Nana, please, 2 questions, please. So that's okay. Let's give the opportunity to another person. So I beg you, so please.
So allow me, please. My last question. You didn't mention about the iron deposit in the OT region. The minister was here at that time telling us that very soon Ghana is going to, as it were, mine oil, how do you call it, iron ore or iron in the OT region. What is the status so far?
Thank you, John. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Timothy Ngembe. I work with the Daily Graphic. In the presentation, the minister mentioned that some 4,000 excavators are expected to be tracked, and currently 75 are being tracked. I just want to find out at what point we expect to have all the 4,000 excavators tracked. Then the second question has to do with the Green Ghana Day. Last year, some 24,000 trees, seedlings were planted, but that has been downsized to about 10 million as the minister has presented. And one of the reasons they actually cited is that they want to give the opportunity, or they want to focus more on maintaining those that were planted last year. So I just want to find out, what is the survival rate of trees that were planted last year? If you can update that.
Thank you so much for the questions. We will invite Minister back for his responses and then come to you. So if you just joined us, this press briefing is live on GTV. If you are on Facebook, you can watch it live at Ministry of Information. Okay. So I'll now invite Honorable Minister for his responses, and we'll come back to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. My friend asked a question about Okobing mining in the Western region, I think. Well, the matters have not come before me officially, and so I'm reluctant to make any substantive comment on that. I've also read from the press, as you have, about claims and counterclaims, but nobody is petitioning my office, nobody is drawn my attention officially. And so perhaps the CEO of the Minerals Commission is here. I will take a briefing from him if he has any. But these matters, there are thousands of mining operations going on across our country. And therefore, if the matters are not brought before you officially, or you have exceptional reason to want to find out what is going on, it is always very difficult to make a comment on them. Yeah, thank you. Then Hanan from GH1, am I right? Hanan from GH1 wants to know where we are with Aisha 1. The matter to do with Aisha 1, the prosecution is being waged in a very spirited manner. The Attorney General is taking a personal interest in the prosecution of Aisha 1, and I've been very interested in that as well. I've been to court to witness the proceedings in court, and I can report to you and the country that the prosecution, the state, has called 5 witnesses as we speak, and the prosecution is going to call a 6th witness and then at the next agenda date. And that should tell you that the prosecution is being waged in a very spirited manner. Because as we said from the very beginning, we want to prosecute this matter with the vigor that it requires, so that it will serve a clear signal, both in the country and outside the country, and particularly the countries where we have most of the troubles when it comes to illegal small-scale mining, that Ghanaian law will be applied and applied to the letter. So be rest assured that the prosecution is being waged and being waged relentlessly. And we are hoping that when it's all said and done, we'll secure a conviction, and therefore justice will be done for the good people of Ghana. So that's the response I can give. The question about river guards, I think we are still in touch, in collaboration or in discussion with the Ghana Armed Forces to determine the framework within which these river guards will be deployed. So it's still work in progress. Polluted water bodies, river bodies, yes. The point I have to make is that, as I've said, the fight against illegal small-scale mining cannot be an event. It's a process. And it is not peculiar to Ghana. It's not peculiar to the mining industry. Everywhere in the world where you have extractive industry, whether the petrochemical industry, whether the minerals industry, whether the fishing industry, wherever, you can check it out. Coming to grips with illegalities in those types of industries will never be an event. It's a process. And you have setbacks, you get improvement, you slow down, and so on and so forth. But I think every Ghanaian who will be, taking some time to check the river bodies of Accra will attest to the fact that there is some improvement. There's no two ways about that. And indeed, the best source of validating that is the records of the Water Resources Commission, which is the government agency responsible for recording the turbidity levels of the river bodies of our country. And the report I have, the information I have, the data I have from the Water Resources Commission suggests that some of our river bodies are improving. The turbidity levels are coming down. Some are getting worse. I mean, I can tell you one place, Prestia, for example. The river at Prestia is quite bad, and myself and my officials are working to be able to have some surge in terms of our operations at Prestia. But the truth is that on all accounts, both from conventional sources, unconventional sources, scientific sources, and scientific sources, it's a fact that the river bodies of our country are improving. Both with the eyes, you look at the river bodies, you see that they are clearing up bit by bit, and also the turbidity levels are coming down. But it's important for me to say, and say so forcefully, that we are not out of the woods yet. We are not suggesting that we have resolved the issues, all the issues of illegal small-scale mining. We haven't. As I speak to you, I'm sure that there are people polluting some river bodies of our country. But as I said in my statement, what is important is that we do not relent. And what is important is that we continue and we pursue our efforts in an atmosphere of integrity and transparency. That is the only way we can get results. And that's the assurance I can give you. Mr. Clay from Ghanaian Times wants to know which are the large-scale mining companies which are coming on stream. There is Ahafo North, which is Newmont, isn't it? Ahafo North is coming on stream, and that is going to be surface mining. Cardinal Resources in Talensi in the Upper East is in respect of gold. That is actually very much on stream because they are far advanced. They are already building tailings dams and the rest. And I believe that sometime next year they will pour the first gold. Yes. There's also lithium in Enyona, Ewoya, lithium in Ewoya in the Infanseman municipality. That I have to report on with caution because these resources, these lithium resources, these green minerals, lithium, phosphates, cobalt, all of them, we are having a different structure, different arrangement in terms of their exploration. We want to jettison the previous arrangement we had for gold and others where all the minerals were mined and exported in their raw form. And so we are still in negotiations and discussions with the parties involved to find an intelligent arrangement which works for the Ghanaian people, which ensures that we retain as much as possible the highest end of the value chain here in Ghana. So that is number 3. The fourth and final one is Azuma Resources in Nadoli Kalio in the Upper West region, which is in the Upper West region, which is in respect of gold. So that will be the answer for that. There is Nana Kojo of Searchlight. Nana Poku of Searchlight, who wants to know about export receipts. I think we can provide you with the specific breakdowns, but on top of my head, I do know that about $1 billion is in respect of taxes, and about $3 billion is in respect of local content. So, give and take, almost $4 billion is being retained here in Ghana. By all means, we can do better, and we are working to improve the situation so that much of the value of our mining industry will be retained here in Ghana. You also wanted to know where we are with Konongo Mine. Mr. CEO. Okay. So the CEO is just reporting that it's an old mine and exploration is ongoing to beef up the reserve so that the mining operation can take off. Yes, but I agree with you, and I appreciate your sentiment and your motivation for asking the question. We need to get that mine going, just as we've done for Obuasi. And as you see, Obuasi is doing very well. Obuasi is contributing to the national economy. It's employing a lot of citizens, indigenes of the Obuasi enclave. BBNE has been revived. BBNE was under care and maintenance for 7 years, as you may know. And yet we got it revived in 2021, last 2 years. And as I speak to you, last year in October, they poured their first gold. So the people of BBNE are getting employment and getting a living. And also, the mining company is now contributing to national revenue and therefore national economic development. So by all means, we need to get Konongo mine running again. Iron ore, mineral resource estimation have been done in various parts of the country, Akpafo, Oti region, and several other places. So that is where we are with that. And I think finally, a question from Timothy, my good friend Timothy from Graphic, and tracking of excavators. The plan is to track all the 4,000 excavators by the end of the year. The Minerals Commission, I should commend them, have put in place a very robust framework and infrastructure geared towards monitoring earth-moving equipment in our country, and it's been very impressive. I went there to commission it, and on real-time basis, and perhaps Timothy, you and your friends should find time to visit the headquarters of the Minerals Commission. I'm sure the CEO will be very happy to give you a tour of what they've been able to put together, where they are able to monitor every excavator on a real-time basis, where the excavator is located, what the excavator is up to, and they have given each excavator a certain geographical enclave for their operation. And if the excavator were to move out of that geographical enclave, they put in place timers and equipment in the excavator which will stop the excavator from moving. It will shut down the engine. It's been impressive. It's brilliant. But as you rightly asked, we need to expand it. And we are working subject to resource availability to ensure that by the end of the year, the 44,000 odd excavators and earth-moving equipment across the country will be tracked, and so that we will build. And then there's a question about 10 million downsizing and what is the breakdown of the previous ones. So 26 million seedlings, as I said, were distributed. As of September 2022, 24 million was verified as planted. As at the end of the year, the monitoring team and monitoring evaluation team at the ministry has certified that 80% survival rate. 80% survival rate. 2023, this year, the need to continue monitoring and nurturing of the seedlings is very important, which is why we've become less ambitious in terms of the number of seedlings we are going to plant. But let me conclude by emphasizing one point. What the government, and for that matter the ministry, is set for itself to plant in 2023 is 10 million seedlings. It therefore does not prevent other non-governmental organizations, faith-based organizations, the media, individuals, groups, and so on and so forth, to take it upon themselves to plant and nurture them. So government through the Forestry Commission may plant 10 million seedlings. The citizenry and the population may end up planting 20, 30 million seedlings. And all of that will help in terms of restoring the forest cover of our country. And I will really, 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 truly encourage that all of us, all and sundry, take it upon ourselves on the Green Ghana Day to participate fully, both in procuring the seedlings, making sure you physically plant them, nurturing them, and seeing to their maturity. I think it will be brilliant. Ultimately, this is where we are supposed to get to, where government doesn't spend a penny of the public funds in this Green Ghana initiative, but then the citizenry takes it upon themselves and own it, and year after year, citizens will come out to plant and contribute to the restoration of the forest cover of our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So we'll take the last set of questions. Okay, John Armstrong. I saw two hands here. Okay, and the two of you. Okay, and I'll take the last one from you.
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesben. I just wanted to find out the latest on the Royal Gold Limited refinery at Diamond House, which was supposed to have been commissioned by the President somewhere in August of last year, to do most of the refining of our gold right here in Ghana instead of taking out there to add value to it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
My name is Selom. I work with the Finder newspaper. Minister, Selom.
Finder.
The Finder newspaper. Yeah, the minister said that we're working to establish a market for the sale of refined gold products. How much are we expected to make from the sale of these refined products when we set up the market? On the 24th of October last year, the ministry sent out a statement saying that all excavators essentially are to be registered with local assemblies. And it also gave an ultimatum that said that any excavator that is not registered would be confiscated. I would like to know what the status of the registration process is. So how many of these equipment have been registered with the local assemblies, and for those that fail to meet the deadline, what had happened to the excavators? What have we done with the excavators?
Okay, thank you for the question. We'll take the third one.
My name is Joseph Armstrong with Media General. Honorable, great working minister. I appreciate you a lot. So my question is about the what's the current state of the Etua forest? We heard in time past that some sort of mining happening there. How true is this? If it's true.
Which forest?
The Etua forest.
Etua.
Etua forest. And then also the second question always I ask about what we are doing about the states of the various Ramsar sites, the lagoons we have along the coast, starting from Beijing to Sakumo to Bebu Lagoon and the rest. I mean, recently we were supposed to see some rezoning of the Sakumo Lagoon. Later it appears that that exercise has been halted. What are we going to do? Are we going to allow people to take the entire river? And yeah, basically that.
Thank you for the questions. We'll take the fourth and then we'll come to.
Albert Jeroni, the BI Change Era. Knowing that earthquakes are usually caused when underground rocks suddenly breaks and there's a rapid motion along the fault, Ghana is recognized today as the second largest gold producer in Africa. This shows that mining in Ghana is very high, and mining causes earthquakes because the land is exploded during this procedure. Possibility of Ghana to experience earthquake is assured. Should my team go out there to educate the people about what the government is doing to save the system? They complain about high rate of unemployment, inflation, tax, and co. Should they also fear earthquake being added to the problem? And as a minister, what are you doing to save the land with this?
Thank you. We'll take the last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Edward Adeti.
Edward? Okay.
Yes, Edward Adeti. I'm here. It's like the minister didn't hear what I said. My name is Edward Adeti. I'm here representing the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age. There are 2 media houses in Australia. 2 questions here. I wish I could ask more. Honorable Minister, you were in Australia last year, precisely in September, for the Africa Down Under Conference. On the sidelines of that event, you met with some officials of Cassius Mining Company, and they raised some concerns about their mining experience in talents in the Upper East region. Very serious concerns, and you gave a word that you return to Ghana and have those concerns investigated. I just want an update on those concerns you said should be investigated. Then secondly, the same Cassius Mining Company Limited has dragged Ghana to the International Court of Arbitration in London and is asking for $395 million in losses after Shanzi reportedly, trespassed on their concession and made away reportedly tons of gold, worth tens of millions of dollars. And we understand that the government of Ghana was to have a roundtable with Cassius pending the lawsuit in London. I just want the status of that. The status of that roundtable? We understood the government of Ghana was to have with the officials of Cassius Mining Limited.
Thank you for the questions. So we will invite Honorable Minister back for his responses and also take his concluding remarks.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Mr. John Awuni of Kesbin asked a question about Royal Gold. And as you know, Mr. Awuni, the efforts we've made in respect of Royal Gold has been quite outstanding, I should say. This is a partnership between PMMC, a company under my ministry, and some foreign private investors, which has resulted in Ghana establishing one of the state-of-the-art refineries here in Ghana. And I should say that we should all be very proud of it. And the president is scheduled to commission this refinery. But if I should use this phrase, we are working to cross our T's and dot our I's and make sure that we are on terra firma, we are on firm grounds before we invite the president to commission the refinery. The infrastructure is in place. I've been there to inspect the refinery myself, and I must say that it's a truly state-of-the-art refinery. I went to Rand Refinery in South Africa, which is the biggest refinery in Africa, the oldest and the biggest refinery in Africa. Yes, Royal Gold Refinery doesn't meet up to the standards of Rand Refinery. But I should say that they are holding their own. They've made a modest contribution to building a refinery infrastructure here in Ghana. There are just one or two outstanding matters we are trying to iron out, which I'm not sure I should disclose at this forum. But suffice for me to assure you that all is on course, and we are working with the company and the relevant state institutions to pave the way for the president to commission it, and hopefully, eventually, be able to secure this London Bullion Marketing Association certification for this refinery, for them to be able to play in the international world. So that is the answer I can give you. I hope I've given you a satisfactory answer. Selom from Finder is asking about how much gold we expect to gain from gold refined. Yes. Well, I can't give you an exact figure, but I can give you a sense of the outlook. And so I'm sure you will know that when it comes to the commodity industry, gold, cocoa, bauxite, petroleum, and the rest, the real benefit comes from the highest end of the value chain. And the highest end of the value chain means the highest refined product. So that if you take gold from the ore and you export the gold raw like that, if the value chain is $100 billion, you are most likely going to be walking away with some $100 million. But if you're able to refine the gold, particularly if you refine the gold up to the LBMA certification and you export it in that manner, then you are playing at the highest end of the value chain. And then you'll be getting something in the neighborhood of $100 billion US dollar value chain. You can be playing like 500 billion. And that is really, I mean, I'm not going to bore you with the history. We all know it. That has been the bane of our extractive industry here in Ghana, because over the years, since Governor Gordon Goggisbeck's time, we've been exporting our raw materials. And this is the point that the president has made over and over again. And this is the effort that the president has made in the past 6 years to make sure that we make a very bold effort at changing that paradigm to ensure that we retain the value of our mineral resources here in Ghana. You take, for example, the iron ore resources of our country, the bauxite resource of our country. Until President Akufo-Addo came into office, the bauxite was mined and exported in its raw form. Iron ore was supposed to be mined and exported in its raw form. But the president brought the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, GIADEC, and the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, GISDEC, which by law, by acts of parliament, is enjoined the various corporations to ensure that we do not export raw bauxite or raw iron ore. That is a huge step in the right direction, and the impact is going to be phenomenal. So is it for lithium. I mean, that's the same architecture that we are trying to apply for lithium. So if you ask me that, what are we expecting from pursuing the path of value addition, my answer to you, without having the figures being worked out even here, is that it's going to be significant. It's going to be huge. It's going to be like day and night. Our situation is going to move from taking pittance to really getting a lot. I mean, for example, if you take cocoa, the global value chain of cocoa is about 130 billion US dollars. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, as President Akufo-Addo has said it at several international fora, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire contribute 60% of the output of the raw cocoa beans. And yet, our earnings from that 113 billion US is just about 6 billion or so. So think about it. Because we just export the cocoa in its raw form, in sacks. But if we could take it all the way to chocolate, into this, into that, then you can imagine what we'll earn. That is what we have to do for gold, and that is what we are working towards. And then Selom wanted to find out about excavator registration at local assemblies. The registration is ongoing. The directive was given. The assemblies have done an excellent job by registering these excavators, and I think it's helped in some measure in dealing with illegal small-scale mining. But that measure in itself, in my view, is not the conclusive solution to dealing with earth-moving equipment. The solution, the eventual solution, will be the tracking, which is what the Minerals Commission is doing. The tracking is what will give us a foolproof protection of our environment against excavators and so on and so forth. And that is what the Minerals Commission is doing. The registration will help to give us raw data as to how many excavators we have in the country, but ultimately, to be able to have a bird's-eye view of all excavators in our country, we have to register them, we have to track them, we have to put tracking devices in the excavators, so that it's like the car rental companies where they track their vehicles. Whatever the car moves to, you know where it is. So that for me is the way forward. And then the confiscation of excavators and all of that. I think a good number of them have been confiscated. Those which have not been registered have been excavated across the country. I can provide you with the specific statistics. Armstrong is asking a question about Tiwa Forest and mining. What took place in the Tiwa Forest was illegal mining. It came to our attention. We moved very swiftly. Honorable Benito Usubio was tasked to take care of the matter. He went to the grounds himself, and with the CEO of the Forestry Commission, they deployed a task force. And when they got there, they found out that the mining operation, the main illegal mining operation, was taking place at the periphery, at the fringe of the Etiwa Forest. But there was a little spillover into the Etiwa Forest. They took steps to flush out all the illegal miners in that enclave and then decommission all the equipment they found there. I think at this stage, the Forestry Commission is taking steps to reclaim the land. And mercifully, I'm happy to report that the Forestry Commission was able to apprehend the people behind this and are taking steps to prosecute them. So this is a matter which is being nipped in the bud. I mean, there's no problem again in the Etiwa Forest, as I know. The question about Ramsar and Lagoon, the Ramsar site was acquired, I think, in the First Republic or so, or before, for purposes of creating an environment for birds to take the place as their natural habitat. And the experts tell me that birds flew all the way from Europe through North Africa to the Ramsar site here in Accra in a particular season of the year. And then they fly back to Europe and so on and so forth. So this place was preserved as a Ramsar site to continue to promote this kind of ecosystem where birds are able to fly far away to Ghana and also fly back. But over the years, I must emphasize, systematic encroachment and lack of action and inaction is resulted in massive encroachment of this particular site. Now, how are we going to deal with it? You have people who have built their houses, live there for 10, 20 years, build 10, 5-story building, live there for 10, 20 years. The question is that do you go and raise their buildings down? And in any event, if you raise their buildings down, what will be how will that protect the ecological integrity of the Ramsar site? It may even compromise it. And so we've developed a 2- or 3-pronged approach. The first one is that the areas where the encroachment is still in its initial stage, for example, people have built their lintel level or foundation level, we will demolish them. And I suspect that you've all followed the Greater Accra Regional Minister's efforts, where he's gone there to demolish some buildings. It is all in pursuance of the policy the ministry is fashioned out, for which we invited him to assist as the chairman of the Regional Security Council. So that is one leg of it. Then the second one is those who are built and live there for 10, 20 years and really doesn't make any public, it's not in accord with the public interest to demolish those buildings. Those ones, we are pursuing what we call regularization, which is that they will be regularized and they will pay some fee to the Lands Commission and so on and so forth. And thirdly is the Ramsar site itself, which is the core Ramsar site, which is undisturbed. Is for us to protect it, the core Ramsar site. Of course, never forget, there is also the a big elephant in the room of the chiefs, the traditional leaders, who are, as you can imagine, as always, making the point about the original purpose for which the land was acquired and the encroachment which has taken place and which is not in accord with the original purpose for which the Ramsar site was acquired, and therefore demanding compensation. So the ministry is also in close discussions with the Nungua Traditional Council, Nungua Traditional Council, to find an amicable, intelligent solution which respects the public interest. And for us to, it's quite complicated, but it's work in progress. We are trying to unpack it as we go. I think the final question, F-Quick, which the gentleman Armstrong, is it Armstrong? Gerald, yeah. Gerald from okay. Yeah, your question about F-Quick. Yeah, with the greatest of respect, I struggle to understand it. But anyway, let me just attempt an answer. I understand you to want to find out what are the measures to prevent earthquakes in Ghana, and then the contribution of mining to earthquake. Okay. The contribution of mining to earthquake, I really haven't been educated on the science of it. I don't know the nexus or the correlation between mining and earthquakes, but it's something that I will look out for. But then the issue of the measures we are putting in place to prevent earthquake, which is a very important, intelligent question, which I must commend you for. Government has put in place a task force chaired by the Minister for Interior, and they've done tremendous work, and they've done a whole lot of work on Ghana's, Ghana's earthquake preparedness strategy. And he's been to cabinet several times. He's been examined and interrogated many times. And indeed, we now have an earthquake preparedness strategy, which I believe is fit for purpose. In fact, a statement was even made in Parliament to assure the Ghanaian people on the earthquake preparedness strategy. As you know, the Ghana Geological Survey Authority has some oversight when it comes to earthquake, and it's an agency under the ministry. I myself, I made a statement in Parliament after we had that minor earth tremor, in Parliament, to update the country on the country's earthquake preparedness. So what I can say to you is that government is, as always, as you can imagine, government is taking all the steps under the leadership of President Akufo-Addo to ensure that we are prepared and that we have measures in place which will protect the Ghanaian people. In the touch wood, may it never be our portion in the event of an earthquake. But in these matters, I think one of the areas of preparedness is also to pray. because the matters of earthquake, there's really you can only be in the hands of God. I'm not too sure that there's enough preparation. It's an act of God, and we are a God-fearing country, and I think that the good Lord has been so good to us. Let's continue to hope so, that He will continue to be good to us. Almighty Japan is not able to prevent earthquakes, so you can understand what I'm talking about. Cassius, Edward from the Australian media wants to know about Cassius. I'll be very brief on that because, as you know, the matter is before an arbitral panel. I'm sure you know that. Cassius is taking the matter to arbitration. And I, as the minister responsible for the sector, have referred the matter to the lawyer of government, the Attorney General. And the Attorney General is seized with the matter. So I'll be very reluctant to make any further comment beyond what I've just told you. The matter is now squarely in the bosom of the Attorney General. It's become an adversarial matter now because it's taken into arbitration. So I'm careful not to make comments which will be prejudicial to the state's case. I hope that is enough. Thank you. Yes, so, yes, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Closing remarks. Oh. Okay. So thank you, Madam Deputy Minister, my sister, who is doing such excellent work, and to all of you who made time to join us, and to members of the press, and really to just conclude on 2 points. The first one is to say that as all of us will appreciate, the matters or issues under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, in all modesty, are complex, complicated, because you are dealing with the resources of the nation, the lands, the gold, the mineral resources, the forestry resources of the country. I mean, when you take land, for example, the way people come to it, the passion and the emotional attachment when it comes to land is something you cannot imagine. Yeah, traditional authorities come to these matters with a lot of passion, and rightly so, because their forebears paid, in many cases, the ultimate price to secure the lands for them. And then when you come to the mineral resources, you're talking about money. So therefore, people are prepared to do whatever it takes to be able to make some of those monies. And then the forestry reserve is the same. There also, I mean, somebody told me, I don't know how accurate it is, that the best gold reserves in our country are found in the forest reserves. I never knew that. Apparently, the colonial authorities made it a point. Wherever they found good deposits of gold, they declare the place as a forest reserve so that nobody can go, unless when they are ready to go and mine. Then they declassify it and they move into mine. So then you see the ferociousness of the attack on the forest reserves of our country. So they are also complicated matters. But what is important, and the assurance I want to give on behalf of the President of our country, President Akufo-Addo, whose commitment to the preservation, protection of the lands and forest reserve of our country, in my view, is totally unprecedented and is highly, highly unflinching. The President gets involved himself when it comes to lands and natural resources, and you should see him, I mean, asking questions and giving suggestions as to how we will protect the lands and forest, lands and natural resources of our country. So the assurance is that we will continue to do our best, and we'll do all it takes to protect the lands and natural resources of our country. Because after all, those resources are for you, the Ghanaian people. The Constitution is very clear on that. We have just been put in place as trustees to look after these resources for your benefit. And we work together in good faith, in integrity, and with transparency. And I think that it will be an arduous, tedious path, but ultimately we will get there. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, I would like to thank you so much on behalf of my minister, management, and staff of our ministry. I always say that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources
When I met Dancegod, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Dancegod.
Did you actually quit your job?
Yes, so at a point,
full-time on Dancegod?
At a point I did. I had to. I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like, he knows that at the time, like, I was working with a lot of brands at that time. Everything we did back then was for free, you know, so it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out.
You want Ghanaians to have a place to lay their heads.
Exactly.
How do you care in what form and shape it comes, whether it's a private developer, whether it's from government? Why do you care that it should come from the government? Government has proven over the years that it's really incompetent in terms of the housing issue. The likes of SNET, the likes of Greta, they've done some amazing work in terms of, you know, building a lot of these housing units. Why can't a private developer help in that regard?
So I think that this, your question, will help us clear the doubts, if like ambiguity. of somebody thinking that we are against any private developer making ends meet. Of course. We also have family members who may have entered into other fields of endeavors, maybe including but not limited to real estate.
Right.
So that if this private developer seeking to buy Sagleme, for instance, is my uncle, somebody will say that, wouldn't you be joyous that, you know, the proceeds definitely will come home to take care, you know, of the family and all those ones. So the argument must first be drawn and put on record that Team Sagleme in its entirety is not against the progress of any and every private developer, especially when most of these private developers are Ghanaians. Of course, when they get the returns, it will not be repatriated.
Yes.
You know, to be used in engaging, you know, if like companies that will give even jobs to the youth and all those ones. Only that we are against a certain principle that is being broken. And I earlier indicated that the foundation of contracting that $200 million loan was to build affordable housing unit. And premium, my brother, must be placed on the word affordability.
Even that is subjective. Many have said that it was not going to be affordable. Anyway,
exactly. So I did the maths that even if government is selling, it's not too affordable.
Yes.
So when a private-oriented businessman comes in, won't it even defeat the purpose the more?
Maybe government is willing to write off half of the loan and said, okay, we are going to take 100 million instead of the 200 million we invested into. So the investor...
The loan that we have contracted, that we are paying interest already?
It's bad debt. It's bad debt. Sometimes you do business
like you are going to
bad.
China to cancel your debt.
Exactly.
As if they did not fight for their own nation.
Exactly. Maybe no, that's the arrangement.
No, so those are assumptions. Those are assumptions that we can make. But I think that we will belabor the point if we conclude that maybe we are against some private developers somewhere or not. But what we are against is that, or if you like, what we are for is that government contracted a loan for a purpose.
Yeah.
Because if the foundation was not built on affordability, chances are that Parliament wouldn't have approved the loan.
Yeah, that I agree.
So
maybe, and chances are that the chiefs would not have given the
exactly.
Land.
So Parliament approved the loans based on that purpose. We can even say that we have contracted the loans.
Yeah,
the interest be borne by the ordinary citizens of this nation.
Right.
And that we are deciding that we are giving the whole affordable housing unit to the military or to the security services. They protect us in this nation. That they should not even pay a dime, or if like as mortgages.
Yeah.
We may lose in the short run, but in the long run, it will help us.
Okay.
So we must rather venture into a more productive arena than just wanting the easy side of life almost all the time. It's difficult. There are challenges with Sagleme.
Have you engaged the minister? What has been his response, and what are you going to do next?
We began with some media interviews prior to the press briefing. And along the line, the minister called.
Okay.
That was before the Sagleme. In fact, I'm told he's called again after the Sagleme. But I've not had a chance to speak to him following there. So he called earlier that he wanted to meet us, that probably we don't even understand the issues.
Yeah.
Now, we gave him the benefit of the doubt, went to the House, Minister of Works and Housing, and met with him with an entourage of an expert team of some directors, I think including the chief director. They made their point, and of course, they fell on the same issue, that government is cash-strapped. They can't get $1 million, and that they want to use $55 million rather in building some 12,000 affordable housing units at Amasame. Now, on the face value, you may want to support them, because if $200 million will give us just 1,500 housing units, then why don't we support the government? Because after all, only $55 million is giving us not 5,000 housing units, 12,000 housing units.
Okay.
It will interest you to know that in the course of our discussion, we realize that $55 million is just a chicken change that falls short of some 40% of the total amount of money needed to start and finish the project. And that even accounts for the role that government is supposed to play, which includes the provision of the land.
Okay.
So even if we do the mathematics, let's assume the land should quantify it to be like $15 million. Take the $50 million or $20 million from the $55 million. You'll be left with some $30 million. Are you telling me that you can begin and end 12,000 housing units with $30 million.
Maybe they're small, moderate, local.
No, of the same standard.
Okay.
Of the same standard.
Maybe they will use a lot more local input.
At this time, when the dollar is now 12, you see, Saglemena dollar is saying 4. And Umpo $200 million could give us 1,500 houses.
Maybe it was inflated, but so you don't believe that they can use the 55 million to build 12,000 units?
It was never true yesterday. It can't be true today. It will never be true tomorrow. $55 million cannot get us 12,000 affordable housing units.
Okay.
It's not enough just to build the flats. You need to construct the roads. You need to give water. Electricity must be taken into account. Street lights, so forth and so on. You must design the place to give it a serene atmosphere for people to occupy.
So you don't believe them from the beginning?
It's not even true. It's not possible. Okay. And the minister himself knows that they cannot use $55 million in finishing 12,000 affordable housing. So it was after my producer, he produces me on TV, Fugu, asked further that, are you saying that the $55 million is to build 12,000 housing? That he explained, gave proper explanations that no, the $55 million is supposed to be what government,
government commitment.
Government commitment.
Okay.
At a time where you don't even know who the private developer is. How much is the total project going to cost? They say they don't know.
So that 12,000 units is also going to be in partnership with the private developer?
Yes.
Okay.
So 60% will be from the private developer, and government will take
40%.
Yes, 40%.
Okay.
So we believe that going forward, maybe we must have a different trajectory, put this matter on a different wheel. Because when we further consulted and engaged the minister, like you asked me, I've been able to consult the minister. He tried, as a politician, he will want to convince you,
of course,
in making sure that you buy into the idea. But he is in for his government. It is our government. But maybe for his political party that brought the government. And we are supposed to be the gatekeepers of the nation. We are supposed to put that minister in check. Because we pay him. The house he sleeps in, we gave him. We gave him everything that makes him comfortable.
But you do know that the Saglame issue is also a contentious issue in court.
I know.
The former minister Atachi had said that some mismanagement and misappropriation of funds happened under the NDC administration, and they were trying to reconcile the figures. And so that matter is still in court. Don't you think that that could be a reason why they do not want to put in money to complete the Saglame project?
I think that you have even put the matter into proper perspective. Reasonably, why do you sell a subject matter that is being contested in court?
Okay.
So when court finishes its proceedings, proceedings, I should say, and comes out with a verdict that what is his name? The then minister of Collins Dawda, because then he is the victim of circumstance now. Yes. If government should say that Collins Dawda, if is culpable or misappropriated the funds that were given to him, and so he should be arrested or whatever, and Saglame by that time is sold, what will be the evidence that will be tendered in court?
Okay.
By then the private developer would have developed afar, and so the state at which Collins Dawda may have housing units cannot be the same exhibit that will be tendered in court.
Okay.
So the point is that it is even in court. So you would have waited until the court comes out with its final submission, verdict. Then we can say that this is the true position of the court. So henceforth, this is the directive of the court.
Okay.
But you see, in as much as I believe in some justices in our country, I don't even believe wholly in our justice system. And as youth and as leaders of now, because we are not leaders of future, we are leaders of now, we need to take a keen interest in how our court is reconfigured. Our judges and judiciary is reconfigured. You can't have a situation when a certain president keeps packing the court and journalists are silent. The president keeps packing the court and the chief justice smiles. The president keeps packing the court and parliament hasn't called anybody. The president keeps packing the court. That there's no cap ceiling to how many people should be called to be Supreme Court justices, justices of the appellate courts, resonating through all the other court ranks and so forth and so on. So chances are that on this matter, because it is government position to want to sell Saglame, I'm not saying, because that would be prejudice to conclude that will be a determination of the court, or that will be the verdict the court will come out with. But based on some precedent, a historical antecedent, you understand, I can conclude without any fallacy or hasty generalization that chances are that if this matter should even finish in courts, The government can even be given the go-ahead to sell Saglemi. By then, where will we be standing? We have sold almost all the very important things in our nation. Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. We have sold the Black Star Line. We have sold Ghana's drill ship. Almost all the important is Ghana Telecom is now Vodafone and whatnot. Are we sitting down to see Saglemi also die like all those properties of the nation? What has the government added, to the facilities already built, especially at a time when there's a 1.8 million deficit in our nation? So, my brother, we are not leaving this to chance at all. And this is not the normal MPP and DC youth matter. They go behind MPP, they go behind this, and the matter die on the way. No, they can't sell Saglemi. Not because they don't have the authority, but because Article 1 Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution says that sovereignty lies in the people. Power emanates from the people. We are the people. We gave them the people. They are living on our proxy. They dare not sell Saglemi.
Okay.
They will sell it even to themselves.
Now, back canocre. Susu sang pine be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. Are we sitting down to see Saglemi also die like all those properties of the nation?
In the last edition of the Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV, we had an interesting conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and the Tenants Union of Ghana regarding the acute housing deficit in the country. Today, we continue on the same trajectory, except I speak to a group of young men and a group that says it is called Team Saglemi, not for sale. The team says it is opposed to the government's decision to privatize and sell off the Saglemi housing project, which was started in 2012 by the government. The government says that due to inadequate funding, it wants to privatize the housing project. Is it such a bad idea? And why is the group opposed to the decision? My name is Daniel Ojo. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest is Nana Otu Dako, who is a member of the Team Saglemi, not for sale. Good day, sir, and welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're wearing your beret.
Exactly.
Usually, that's what the comrades wear.
Yes.
Are you a comrade?
Like you are.
But tell us, what's your position regarding Team Saglemi, not for sale? What's your official role in the group?
Thank you so much for having me. Except to add, GhanaWeb is a delight to work with. You have been engaging our minds a lot of times. And I personally have had several encounters, picking information from GhanaWeb. So thank you so much for
the kind words
you're doing for this country. But let me build this foundation. With the greatest of respect and with your permission, I want to go into what the 1992 Constitution says. Okay. And specifically, I want to touch on Chapter 6, which talks about the directive principles of state policy. Maybe Article 36(1), and at the tail end, I'll be doing 41H. 36(1) says, the state shall take care, take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to secure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of everybody. So it means that we have a stake in making sure that at least we put whatever the state does into proper perspective, but it shouldn't be injurious to the social political health of the nation. Let's do 41H that says we have a stake to defend Ghana and render national service when necessary. There's even a part that says that whatever any government has done, successive government will have to build upon it. And that brings me to the question you ask, that what is our position? We are making sure that the spirit and the letters of this constitution is laid to the latter.
Okay.
In that, as individuals, as leaders of now, whatever successive government have done, we build upon it. The government stake is to make sure that affordable houses are built so that the good people of this country will have, a fair place to place their head. Has government done enough? In 2006, historically, analysis shows that former President J.A. Kufuor began with some 687 affordable housing units. As it were, the next government that came, which was Atamo's government, failed, that it let it to rot. I personally visited Aija Zongo, saw some of the buildings that were erected by the former president. Unfortunately, because it was not part of their agenda, they also began some 200,000 affordable housing units, belonging to some STL deal. Until John Dramani Mahama also ascended the reins of leadership. And because we lack a long-term policy national plan, he also contracted, with approval of Parliament, some $200 million loan from Suisse Credit. And they gave the contract to a company called Constitura OS to begin with some 200,000 affordable, I beg your pardon, some 5,000 affordable housing units, about $200 million. And initially, they wanted to start with 10,000, but reduced to, 5,000. But record shows that by the time they left office, they were able to build 1,506. We thought that government would have finished this project and handed it over to the people, especially why the reasons why that very land was given was to help erect affordable housing and to help especially the security forces, in this case the military, to have comfortability, as in where they'll place their head and all those ones. So if government should tell me that they do not have money to continue the project, that they are cash strapped, and as a result of financial bankruptcy, they will want to sell the project off to a private individual. Ask yourself, brother, when did affordability becomes a friendly word to a private-oriented businessman? Of course, they are into business to make profit. And even if we do a quick extrapolation, you know that the $200 million, assuming that they were even building the earlier proposed 10,000 housing unit, that would mean that they will sell every flat about $20,000, which is about 2.4 billion cedis, if like 240,000 new Ghana cedi. And that if they were able to finish 1,506, the new extrapolations will be that every flat will be sold for at least $40,000. So in the first place, it's not even that affordable.
Yes.
So that is even government selling. So if it is given to a private entity, mathematically, how is it going to be affordable? So if government should say that they want private, entities to come in and take over, we think that, with all due respect, they have not been fair to the good people of this country and the Saglemi Township and the Nime and Name in Saglemi for giving them that very land for projection of affordability. So in the first place, they are defeating the very objective and purpose for which that land was secured, which is building affordable housing units. So we are not agreeing, and that has been our position, because we think that government should rather go for loans, if they need be, to finish the Sagleme and hand it over to the people.
But Nana, you do admit that the country is going through a lot of economic challenges. It has taken 11 years since the project was started in 2012, and there's no signs to show that this government or the government before it would complete it. Wouldn't it be prudent to see the vision of this private developer before you begin to oppose the idea? Because you are thinking that because it's a private developer, obviously it's going to be sold at a high price, and the ordinary and average Ghanaian will not be able to afford it. But that's a guesswork that you are making without really sitting with the private developer to see whether indeed this is going to be affordable and be, if you like, a continuation of the policy by the government to make it affordable for the ordinary Ghanaian?
Fantastic question. But to start with, let me say that we have so many people who have been sentenced into several prisons. And most often than not, it's not as if that they are guilty, but because they couldn't handle their case well, even though they are innocent, based on the prima facie argument that were advanced in court, today they are fined behind bars.
Okay.
Now, what argument am I putting? Government may even have a case, but sometimes the approach, if government was telling us that based on the fact that we are reaching financial bankruptcy and that we will not be able to finish, because then the last time we visited the minister, he told us that to finish this new project and give it over to Ghanaians, that will mean we need about some $149 million. So if
in addition to the 200 million that has already been sunk into it.
Yes, so that's why they want to begin a new one at Amasaman. And that brings me as a solution to the question that you're asking. So government could have pegged it, that this is what we want to do based on that germane reasons we are given. But not when you want to sell off this affordable housing unit and begin new one to your credit.
Okay, so you think it's a political game?
Beyond it being a political game, we look at the substance of the matter, the available evidence in hand. And the available evidence in hand is that if you should visit Amasaman right now, they've started some minimal work at the Amasaman. At a time when the minister says that they've not even engaged the so-called private developer who is going to take charge of the place. They've started some work. They tell us that they have not approved the funds that are supposed to be injected in the new work. So who approved the new funds that have, energized them to start that minimal work? So the point I am making is that government cannot tell me that they are selling off Saglemi because they are cash trap, and at the same time
building a new project.
Build a new project with some new resources. If government have any money, they should use that money
to
complete some few they can, so that when that is completed, they will sell it and make sure that the others are completed.
But you do know that the Saglemi issue is also a contentious issue in court, because the former minister Atachi had said that some mismanagement and misappropriation of funds happened under the NDC administration, and they were trying to reconcile the figures, and so that matter is still in court. Don't you think that that could be a reason why they do not want to put in money to complete the Saglemi project?
I think that you have even put the matter into proper perspective. Reasonably, why do you sell a subject matter that is being contested in court?
Okay.
So when court finishes its proceedings, proceedings, I should say, and comes out with a verdict that what is his name? The then minister of Collins Dawda, because he is the victim of circumstance now. If government should say that Collins Dawda, is culpable or misappropriated the funds that were given to him, and so he should be arrested or whatever, and Saglemi by that time is sold, what will be the evidence that will be tendered in court? By then the private developer would have developed a farm. And so the state at which Collins Dawda may have left the affordable housing unit cannot be the same exhibit that will be tendered in court. So the point is that it is even in court. So you would have waited until the court comes out with its final submission, verdict. Then we can say that this is the true position of the court. So henceforth, this is the directive of the court. But you see, in as much as I believe in some justices in our country, I don't even believe wholly in our justice system. And as youth and as leaders of now, because we are not leaders of future, we are leaders of now, we need to take a keen interest in how our court is reconfigured. Our judges and judiciary is reconfigured. You can't have a situation when a certain president keeps packing the court and journalists are silent. The president keeps packing the court and the Chief Justice smiles. The president keeps packing the court and Parliament hasn't called anybody. The president keeps packing the court. And that there's no cap ceiling to how many people should be called to be Supreme Court justices, justices of the appellate courts, resonating through all the other court ranks and so forth and so on. So chances are that on this matter, because it is government position to want to sell Saglemi, I'm not saying, because that would be prejudice to conclude that will be a determination of the court, or that will be the verdict the court will come out with. But based on some precedent, a historical antecedent, you understand, I can conclude without any fallacy or hasty generalization that chances are that if this matter should even finish in courts, the government can even be given the go-ahead to sell Saglemi. By then, where will we be standing? We have sold almost all the very important things in our nation. Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. We have sold the Black Star Line. We have sold Ghana's drill ship. Almost all the important is Ghana Telecom is now Vodafone and whatnot. Are we sitting down to see Saglemi also die like all those properties of the nation? Now, what has the government added, to the facilities already built, especially at a time when there's a 1.8 million housing deficit in our nation? So, my brother, we are not leaving this to chance at all. And this is not the normal MPP NDC youth matter. They go behind MPP, they go behind this, and the matter die on the way. No, they can't sell Saglemi. Not because they don't have the authority, but because Article 1, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution says that sovereignty lies in the people. Power emanates from the people. We are the people. We gave them the people. They are living on our proxy. They dare not sell Saglemi.
Okay.
They will sell it even to themselves.
If you just tune in, this is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I'm here with Nana Utu Dako. Nana, are you a president of the group?
I call it another group. I'm the lead convener.
Okay, so Nana Utu Dako is the lead convener of a group of people calling themselves Team Saglemi Not For Sale.
Exactly.
They are opposed to the government's decision to sell the Saglemi housing project to a private developer. We're going for a break. When we return, we'll continue the conversation with Nana Utu Dako. Stay with us. We're back after the break. Welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown with me, Daniel Odro. I'm having an interesting conversation about housing again. Last week, if you tune in, you realize that we had a conversation with the Rent Control Department and the Tenant Union of Ghana about the housing deficit in the country and the need for the country to have a proper roadmap in terms of how they are going to fix and solve that critical need of the citizenry. Government has decided to sell off the Saglemi housing project to a private developer, and a group calling itself Team Saglemi Not For Sale is opposed to that idea. Nana Utu Dako is the lead convener. He's been my guest the last several minutes. Nana, you want Ghanaians to have a place to lay their heads.
Exactly.
How do you care in what form and shape it comes, whether it's a private developer, whether it's from government? Why do you care that it should come from the government? Government has proven over the years that it's really incompetent in terms of the housing issue. The likes of SNET, the likes of Greta, they've done some amazing work in terms of, building a lot of these housing units. Why can't a private developer help in that regard?
So I think that your question will help us clear the doubt, if like ambiguity, of somebody thinking that we are against any private developer making ends meet. Of course. We also have family members who may have entered into other fields of endeavors, maybe including but not limited to real estate.
Right.
So that if this private developer seeking to buy Saglemi, for instance, is my uncle, somebody will say that wouldn't you be joyous that the proceeds definitely will come home to take care of the family and all those ones. So the argument must first be drawn and put on record that Team Saglemi in its entirety is not against the progress of any and every private developer, especially when most of these private developers are Ghanaians. Of course, when they get the returns, it will not be repatriated.
Yes.
To be used in engaging, if like companies that will give even jobs to the youth and all those ones. Only that we are against a certain principle that is being broken. And I earlier indicated that the foundation of contracting that $200 million loan was to build affordable housing unit. And premium, my brother, must be placed on the word affordability.
Even that is subjective. Many have said that it was not going to be affordable. Anyway,
exactly.
To the
So I did the maths that even if government is selling, it's not too affordable.
Yes.
So when a private-oriented businessman comes in won't it even defeat the purpose the more?
Maybe government is willing to write off half of the loan and said, okay, we are going to take 100 million instead of the 200 million we invested into. So the investor...
The loan that we have contracted, that we are paying interest already?
It's bad debt. It's bad debt. Sometimes you do business
like
and
you are going to
bad.
China to cancel your debt.
Exactly.
As if they did not fight for their own...
Exactly. Maybe that is the arrangement.
No, so those are assumptions. Those are assumptions that we can make. But I think that we will belabor the point if we conclude that maybe we are against some private developers somewhere or not. But what we are against is that, or if like what we are for is that government contracted a loan for a purpose. Because if the foundation was not built on affordability, chances are that Parliament wouldn't have approved the loan.
That I agree.
So
maybe, and chances are that the chiefs would not have given the
exactly.
Land.
So Parliament approved the loans based on that purpose. We can even say that we have contracted the loans. The interest will be borne by the ordinary citizens of this nation. And that we are deciding that we are giving the whole affordable housing unit to the military or to the security services. They protect us in this nation. That they should not even pay a dime, or if like as mortgages. We may lose in the short run, but in the long run, it will help us. So we must rather venture into a more productive arena than just wanting the easy side of life almost all the time. It's difficult. There are challenges with Saglemi. Obasanjo of Nigeria, former president, said, I think he intimated the point that if there were no challenges or problems, they will not call you as a government to lead a crusade. Because there are challenges, and because of the challenges, and that we need solutions to the long-standing problems of our country, that is why we got in long queue to elect you, in making sure that you get solutions to our problems. You don't come and rehearse or re-echo our problems to us, that there are challenges with Sagleme, and that is why you want to say, easy way out. Massa, make sure that you finish Sagleme, and that is why you are leaders and the others are followers. You need to develop your thinking faculties at think tanks. Look at other, like arenas that will help you secure some funds in making sure that that dreams becomes a reality. So, brother, we must also focus on one thing, which has to do with protecting heritage. Let me tell you this. Do you know why we are here? We are here because for long, the current generation have been treating the natural resources and the state properties and assets as their bona fide property. They think it's somewhat a heritage bequeathed onto them by the previous generation. So they sell the gold out without thinking, and that is why we have 5% out of the gold proceeds. They sell our oil out without thinking, and that's why we have only 13% of our oil proceeds. The timber, the cocoa, the least said about them, the better. Why? This is our property. All the resources underground is our property. So when we sell them off and we're able to use the money now, that is fine. But what they forget quickly, that they are rather custodians of the natural resources beneath, holding as custodians in trust of an unseen generation. So until we have a new mentality, give birth to a new mentality of holding all these properties, all these natural resources ahead of an unseen time, we will always get to this challenge. So, bro, we are thinking of a future. We are not selling Saglemi also because we want to protect it for a generation that will not be homeless. We want to protect it for some street children somewhere. We want to protect it for the multiplying number of Kayayis on the streets. We want to protect Saglemi so that our children's children will come and say that our forebears gave them property. They did not sell it off, but they held it in trust for our coming.
So Nana, have you engaged the minister? What has been his response, and what are you going to do next?
We began with some media interviews prior to the press briefing, and along the line, the minister called. That was before the Saglemi. In fact, I'm told he's called again after the Saglemi, but I've not had a chance to speak to him following there. So he called earlier that he wanted to meet us, that probably we don't even understand the issues. Now, we gave him the benefit of the doubt, went to the House Minister of Works and Housing and met with him with an entourage of an expert team of some directors, I think including the chief director. They made their point, and of course, they fell on the same issue, that government is cash-strapped, they can't get
$1.9
million, and that they want to use $55 million rather in building some 12,000 affordable housing units at Amasame. Now, on the face value, you may want to support them, because if $200 million will give us just 1,500 housing units, then why don't we support the government? Because after all, only $55 million is giving us not 5,000 housing units, 12,000 housing units.
Okay.
It will interest you to know that in the course of our discussion, we realize that that $55 million is just a chicken change that falls short of some 40% of the total amount of money needed to start and finish the project. And that even accounts for the role that government is supposed to play, which includes the provision of the land.
Okay.
So even if we do the mathematics, let's assume the land, should quantify it to be like $15 million. Take the $50 million or $20 million from the $55 million. You'll be left with some $30 million. Are you telling me that you can begin and end 12,000 housing units with $30 million?
Maybe there are small moderate, local.
No, of the same standard.
Okay.
Of the same standard.
Maybe they will use a lot more local input.
At this time, when the dollar is now 12, you see, Saglemina dollar is in 4. And $200 million could give us 1,500 housing.
Maybe it was inflated, but so you don't believe that they can use the $55 million to build 12,000 units?
It was never true yesterday. It can't be true today. It will never be true tomorrow. $55 million cannot get us 12,000 affordable housing units.
Okay.
It's not enough just to build the flats. You need to construct the roads. You need to give water. Electricity must be taken into account. Street lights, so forth and so on. You must design the place to give it a serene atmosphere for people to occupy.
So you don't believe them from the beginning?
It's not even true. It's not possible. Okay. And the minister himself knows that they cannot use $55 million in finishing 12,000 affordable housing. So it was after my producer, he produces me on TV, Fugu, asked further that, are you saying that the $55 million is to build 12,000 housing? That he explained, gave proper explanations that no, the $55 million is supposed to be what government,
government commitment.
Government commitment.
Okay.
At a time when you don't even know who the private developer is. How much is the total project going to cost? They say they don't know.
So that 12,000 units is also going to be in partnership with the private developer?
Yes.
Okay.
So 60% will be from the private developer, and government will take
40%.
Yes, 40%.
Okay.
So we believe that going forward, maybe we must have a different trajectory, put this matter on a different wheel. Because when we further consulted and engaged the minister, like you asked me, I've been able to consult the minister. He tried, as a politician, he will want to convince you,
of course,
in making sure that you buy into the idea. But he is in for his government. It is our government. But maybe for his political party that brought the government. And we are supposed to be the gatekeepers of the nation. We are supposed to put that minister in check. Because we pay him. The house he sleeps in, we gave him. We gave him everything that makes him comfortable.
Have you had people accuse you that you are doing this for the for the NDC? You are doing the bidding of the NDC.
We don't care. That is what they have done in the past, and they have silenced
journalists. So that has happened. People have told you that you are doing a bidding of the NDC.
Not yet, but they will say it.
Okay.
But do you care?
No.
Let me tell you, whatever you say or do will either exonerate one party or hurt the other. When it exonerates NDC, you are against MPP. But if it goes against NDC, they will tell you you are for the other parties, so forth and so on. And that is why journalists have been neutral for so long a time, that our nation is being destroyed. I am not a neutral journalist. I don't want to be a neutral journalist. Neutrality is not in my dictionary. I am that kind of journalist that add my weight to the truth. Whether it affects NDC positively or it affects them negatively, and the vice versa is true. So yes, let them say, let them talk, but posterity will be the greatest judge. Me, NDC atade ma share da, and MPP atade ma share da. Enyo na ade be share me. Stay your small corner. Allow me lead the crusade for my people. Many years after, when we are dead and gone, the children that will come after us will say that these people did it right or not. It's not within the quarters of politicians to decide our fate.
Okay. Finally, what role would you play in the upcoming election? So the last time I had a conversation with the Tenants Union of Ghana, they said they are going to ensure that housing is a major conversation for the politicians, whether you're NDC, MPP, all those hopefuls. They want to see the roadmap they have for the housing deficit that we have in our country. Is your group going to play such a role? Are you going to insist that beyond Sagleme, Because 1,500 units would not plug the whole of 1.8 or 1.9 million housing deficit that we have in our country. What role is your group going to play going forward?
Yes, I think that it's not only going to be a role, but a major role that will play, insisting that any new government that takes over governance will have to prioritize, this affordable housing thing.
Right.
We have a lot of our people displaced. A lot of them not only wallowing in poverty, but they do not have, a place to lay their head. So that whichever political party that you're demanding the thumbs or votes of the people, you must make housing your priority. So based on that, we'll be able to massage, the issues, draw conclusions that between or amongst this political target, we believe that based on the manifestos that have been presented, because currently we fall short of a national agenda plan.
Right.
So based on the manifestos that have been presented, we believe that this is the, if like, political party that will help us going forward in 2024. This government, except they change, I don't know what their manifesto will talk about, in the coming days.
But they would have a different candidate. So definitely, Nanado will not be the same candidate. So maybe a different candidate would have a different plan.
The candidate will inherit the successes or failure of Nanado. So that if Nanado did well, chances are that the candidate is the next president of the country.
Now we have to wipe the slate clean for all of them.
If the Nanado failed, no, we will not do that.
Okay.
We judge John Mahama based on his father Atamils.
Okay.
We will judge whoever ascends the reins of MPP's ticket on the performance of Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
It's about time.
Would that be fair?
It should be fair.
Because your ideology about housing may be different from mine, even though we may be
No,
in the
that
same
is not
political
limited
party.
to the confines of housing.
Okay.
I'm opening the argument up for leadership.
Okay.
For instance, if Mahama should be elected or re-elected to lead NDC, he was in government before.
Yes.
We gave him some quantum of money. He borrowed in our name. We will assess Mahama. What did you do with the amount of money we gave you? Then we go back to whoever leads MPP. So that, for instance, if it's Alan Martin or Dr. Bawumia, for instance, is the head of the economic management team.
Right.
Alan Martin is part of the economic management team. A great minister, they are cabinet ministers.
Right.
So it's not as if that they are now going to be tried. They've held several portfolios.
Right.
You can't come and tell me that, judge me on a clean slate when you are part of a failed government. Okay. Certainly no. What I am saying, my brother, in entirety, may be away from the housing unit, but it's so important is that it's about time you and I and all of us rose up to defend our motherland. And that will mean that we must gather all arsenals to demand accountability.
Right.
What they will say, whether we are in MPP or NDC, should not be important to us.
Okay.
It's neither here or there. But we should ask ourselves, these dreams that we are pushing, these aspirations that we want Ghana to reach her full potential and get to that promised land of hope someday, are we on the right path? If we are, then certainly nothing should draw us back.
Okay.
But if we are becoming partisan, more than the word partisanship, that is when we will have to rethink at that table of brotherhood. We have been silent for too long, and our destiny is being destroyed by day. Our future is being stolen, especially by these two political factions. And it's as if we are sitting unconcerned. No, there's a break of a new dawn.
Okay.
We have looked beyond the horizon, and the youth of Ghana must now come together and take our nation.
Okay.
They are destroying it.
Thank you very much, convener Nana Utu Dako. He's a lead convener for a group calling itself Team Sagleme, not for sale. They are opposed to government's decision to sell the Sagleme housing project. This has been another edition of The Lowdown with me, Daniel Odo, here on GhanaWeb TV. We're back another time with another exciting edition. Nana, thank you very much.
Not at all, sir.
And more grace to your elbow.
And you are doing great.
Keep
you
fighting.
asked very important questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for watching.
Nobody can take it away from Dancegod that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
You want Ghanaians to have a place to lay their heads.
Exactly.
How do you care in what form and shape it comes, whether it's a private developer, whether it's from government? Why do you care that it should come from the government? Government has proven over the years that it's really incompetent in terms of the housing issue. The likes of SNIT, the likes of Greta, they've done some amazing work in terms of, you know, building a lot of these housing units. Why can't a private developer help in that regard?
So I think that this your question will help us clear the doubt, if like ambiguity, of somebody thinking that we are against any private developer making ends meet. Of course. We also have family members who may have entered into other fields of endeavors, maybe including but not limited to real estate.
Right.
So that if this private developer seeking to buy Sagleme, for instance, is my uncle, somebody will say that wouldn't you be joyous that, you know, the proceeds definitely will come home to take care, you know, of the family and all those ones. So the argument must first be drawn and put on record that Team Sagleme in its entirety is not against the progress of any and every private developer, especially when most of these private developers are Ghanaians. Of course, when they get the returns, it will not be repatriated.
Yes.
You know, to be used in engaging, you know, if like companies that will give even jobs to the youth and all those ones. Only that we are against a certain principle that is being broken. And I earlier indicated that the foundation of contracting that $200 million loan was to build affordable housing unit. And premium, my brother, must be placed on the word affordability.
Even that is subjective. Many have said that it was not going to be affordable anyway.
Exactly.
To the
So I
Ghanaian.
did the maths that even if government is selling, it's not too affordable.
Yes.
So when a private-oriented businessman comes in, won't it even defeat the purpose the more?
Maybe government is willing to write off half of the loan and said, okay, we are going to take 100 million instead of the 200 million we invested into. So the investor...
The loan that we have contracted, that we are paying interest already.
It's bad debt. It's bad debt. Sometimes you do business
like
and
you are going to
bad.
China to cancel your debt.
Exactly.
As if they did not fight for their own.
Exactly. Maybe that's the arrangement.
No. So those are assumptions. Those are assumptions that we can make. But I think that we will belabor the point if we conclude that maybe we are against some private developers somewhere or not.
Yeah.
But what we are against is that, or if you like, what we are for is that government contracted a loan for a purpose.
Yeah.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Nobody can take it away from Dancegod that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
In 2021, when I met him on set during Dancegod Lloyd's interview, I interacted with him as his manager. Today, he no longer bears that title, and we are here to talk about issues pertaining to their splits and other matters arising. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. We'll be back after this break. Don't go away. Welcome back from that quick break. Joining us on the show today is Quables. He is the former manager for Dancegod Lloyd. Quables, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Why are you laughing so much?
The way You introduced me as the former manager of Dancegod.
Oh, aren't you the former? Oh,
yes, I am.
Yeah. I'm guessing you never thought a time will come where they
I'll
would
be
have
addressed
to
like
address
that.
you as a former manager.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think that a time would come like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll delve into that aspect, but I want to ask about a bit about the academy and how it's running.
Okay.
A lot of people are actually thinking that now that Dancegod Lloyd, who is assumed as the poster boy for the academy, is no longer there, there's going to be a huge difference. Is that the case?
No, not at all. So the academy is structured, you know, and I mean, there's a lot of misconception out there. A lot of people think that it's just Dancegod that started the academy, or the academy is for Dancegod, but it was actually started by 3 people. It was Dancegod, myself, and then Afrobeast. So we are 3. So we are 3 co-founders. So it's not what people think. Some people think, I thought he's the owner, I thought he founded this, but it was the 3 of us, you know. And the structure is such that, like, if even the 3 of us who are the co-founders are not there, it's still supposed to run, because everybody has a role to play. There are people that work, you know, under us, you know. So if I'm not there, if Dancegod is not there, if Afrobeat is not there, the academy is still going to run. You know, it's like a structured company, you know.
So I want to understand something. 3 of you co-founded
DWP Academy.
the group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, what monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair idea.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we started this together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person, you know. As to how we split, you know, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed
Dancegod more?
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dancegod. He's the one I started managing, because, you know, I mean, he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, you know. Like, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, you know, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, you know. I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, you know. So that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said...
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yes,
to
at a point,
full-time on Dancegod?
At a point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go, you know. I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Like, not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to, like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like, everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out and then deciding to take that career path, you know.
But how well was he doing when you met him?
When I met Dancegod, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million, you know. When I met him, 100,000. So, and you see, aside what I was doing, like, I was a model, I was into advertising, I was doing commercials, you know. So now with, like, all of the people that I knew in advertising and the brands that I knew, I wasn't talking about myself anymore. Like, if they wanted to use me, I'll say, no, this is my talent now, use this person, you know. So it was like he was now starting, you know. At the point I met him, he was now starting, you know, like social media. You know, so I was literally managing his social media because like I had like, you know, the expertise with that. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Dancegod.
Okay, so I want to get something right here. 3 of you were co-founders, you, Afrobeast, and Dancegod.
Yeah.
So how come you doubled as his manager?
Okay, so because I was his manager before, and then he brought on his friend, which is Afrobeast. He said he has a friend from Ashiaman who is also talented. So I decided to manage the 2 of them. And after managing them for like 3 years, we were like, we cannot dance forever. Like, you guys cannot dance forever. Like, whatever we're doing, which is like getting recognition around the world, we need to make sure that like it lives forever. So we need to groom like the next generation, you know. So that's how the 3 of us decided to like, you know, set up the academy.
Okay, so what level of, to what extent, or what level of investment, or what's the highest level of investment that you've actually pumped into Dancegod Lloyd, that when all these things happened, it struck you and you felt like I've actually done a vain job?
No, I don't think I've done a vain job because like I believe that like, you know, when they happened, I was like, maybe like I had done what I had to do, you know, maybe it was just time to move on, you know, and he has changed, like he's inspired a lot of people. Like I feel like indirectly, also like, you know, comes back to me because maybe if I didn't take that career path, all of the people that he's inspired wouldn't have been inspired, you know. So I don't think that my time was wasted in any way.
Okay.
You know,
so
what the investment that I think that like I made, that I feel like he didn't really consider it's my time. You know, my time, and like I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like he knows that at the time, like I was working with a lot of brands at that time, you know, but now I'm like, no, it shouldn't be about me. I want to be backstage so that you take, you know, the forefront.
Okay. When the issue happened, there were rumors out there, of course, typical of celebrities.
Yeah.
Those massage the issues and act like there's nothing happening, but definitely it will come out and then we'll all get to hear. And then the issues started dropping one by one. You, on the other hand, was silent for a long time until you decided to vent one day. And that was where like we realized that yes, there was something happening. Now I want you, I'm going to keep quiet and I want you to give us a rundown of how things started, how things got messy, and how things actually escalated in the camp, especially between you and Dancegod.
Okay, so like things actually didn't escalate in the camp because I don't know. I think that the academy guys actually like really matured because they didn't go out to say anything. They were very calm. They kept on doing what they had to do. Like things didn't change. If you paid attention to like the members and our social media, things didn't change. The work still had to be done. That's my like policy. Like no matter what, the work has to be done. Even if you have a misunderstanding with somebody, the work still has to be done. Like how did things even start? It's very funny. I think that I was hearing rumors that, you know, he had a new manager and and I mean, he went on TikTok live to say certain things, you know. I don't remember what he said. I think he said something like some people are ungrateful and, you know, he said a couple of things and the social media and everybody was beginning to think that, you know, because he didn't perform at that event. There was an event that he didn't perform, the one we did with Asha. People were beginning to think that because he didn't perform at that event, that's why, you know, we have a misunderstanding. But it was so many things that led to that, you know. We didn't stop him from performing on that stage. Like, he wasn't available. I think he traveled to Nigeria at the time we were rehearsing, but he knew that we had a performance, but he decided to travel to Nigeria, like, without informing anybody, you know. And, I mean, I think he came a day before the performance. But you see, those people that did that event, like, they're very structured. They already know that, okay, 20 people are going to be on stage. This is what we are going to do. We cannot last minute, like, make changes who are we going to take? Because we've been rehearsing for weeks. Who are we going to take out? You know, or are we going to, like, it's going to change arrangements of everything, you know? So I literally asked like one of the people that were in charge of like the stage and everything that we want to make changes to and they said it's too late, you know? So it wasn't our fault that he didn't perform, but social media, you know, like people were just making a lot of assumptions that we decided not to, you know, let him perform, and he started the academy, and what do you put mean? And, you know, so many things. I really don't remember how everything unfolded, but this is where we are now.
But did you have an altercation with him? Did you both talk?
Did we? After everything? I don't remember.
You people never spoke?
Before the event or
during everything, like when you people, the misunderstanding started unfolding, you people didn't try to talk things out?
I think there was one time we did. That's what I'm saying. It was so many that led to that. There was one time that we did, but I think he was not ready to listen to, you know, anybody, you know. So if you're not ready to listen, then.
So would you say that there was also some external forces that were influencing him?
Maybe the new manager or.
Who is the new manager?
I don't know the person.
You don't know him?
Yes, I know the person by face, but I don't know the name.
Is he popular?
No. Yes, so there's a new manager, and I was surprised though, because that person that's the new manager, I've taken him to a meeting for a brand, and I saw that person in that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I think that I believe that he has his reasons for doing what he did, you know. But another part of me feels like it was kind of selfish because, like, considering like every other person, the academy members and everything, like no matter what it is, it can be resolved. You know, I don't know what it could be, because if you ask him, truth be told, he cannot tell you why. He cannot tell you why he decided to leave, or he cannot tell you why he acted the way he acted. He cannot pinpoint what it is.
Would you say that he used the Asha rumors
to be the reason
as a bait to actually?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I think that the truth is that I think that he already had everything planned as to how he wanted to do things. So maybe the way things turned out, then he could make him. I think he wanted to be alone. I think he wanted to run things himself. You know, maybe he didn't want to be under management.
Okay, let's take a quick breather here. When we return, we'll actually delve more into the issue. This is Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are still on the discussion surrounding the DWP Academy and their managers and whatever thing that ensued between the managers and the camp. We are discussing with Quables here. So before we went on break, we're talking about how things, how events unfolded and led to the split. So right now, would you at any point, or would you ever want to know the main or the exact reason behind Dancegod Lloyd's decision to actually be solo?
To be honest, I really want to know. Like, he literally cannot give, because I've asked him before, he wasn't able to give me a reason. You know, he cannot give anybody a reason why. You know, so I really want him to let me know why. What could be the reason why you take such a stand? Because we're building something big, you know, like we're changing lives. Most of the people in the academy have like very interesting stories. Like right now, they're able to take care of their families. Like they have like a career that they make a living from. You know, people know them around the world. People are inspired by them, you know. So we're building something great, and then for your selfish reasons, I don't know, but I find it because no matter how I feel about Afrobeats or Lloyd, I will not let it extend to the academy because that's a different thing altogether, you know, because it's actually like our lives are tied to a lot of other people. So imagine what happened between Dancegod and I also decided, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. What happens, you know?
How does his decision affect the camp?
The camp actually, like, you know, okay, I think it's been a while, so I'm not even remembering certain things. You see, I went on Twitter at a point to go and talk. I didn't want to ever talk about this, but the reason that, you know, I did that was because I heard, like, there were so many things that I heard, you know, and so many things that I saw, like he trying to, like, get some of the members to turn against me, you know, or he even, like, planning to start a new academy, you know, things like that. And I'm like, how can you even think like that? Or how can you even, like, say things like that? You know, it didn't sit well with me, you know. But the good thing is that we told, like, our members, like, know that, like, even though this is what's going on online, the work still has to go on, and we have to stay together, you know. Even with my tweet, I said, like, regardless of everything, nobody can take it away from Dancegod that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
So at that point, when things were going south, did any of your members try to actually follow him, or does any of your members have or owe allegiance to him to some extent?
I think they some of them kind of did, but some of them kind of, like, wanted to take his side, but the truth is that they are wise. Like, they know that, like, we're stronger together. You know, would you rather, like, be on your own or follow one person, or, like, stay with the whole group? You know, so everybody decided to stay together.
So Dancegod Lloyd still remains the co-founder. What does it mean? Does it mean that going forward, every show or every project that you people hop on, he still has to be given his share of money, or what does it mean?
Yes, he's still entitled to his shares.
So now that you people are not really in communication, how do you intend to do that?
We're still looking at how we're going to resolve that.
So he has not reached out to you, his lawyers, nobody has reached out?
So we're working on that. We're really working on that. And I mean, I just hope that things turn out right, you know, or, like, and everybody is happy, you know. Yeah.
Okay, let's move away a bit from there and go to the Asha Global Citizen Concert. Would you say that it's actually the biggest?
You know what, like, you see how people see our brand. Like, we've been doing a lot of big things for years. Like, we did Beyonce. Beyonce is literally, like, one of the biggest artists in the world. You know, we did Beyonce. We've been on BBC, we've been on CNN, we've been on Shade Room. You know, Ciara posted us, PDD posted us. You know, so, like, big names or big like people have, like, you know, spoken about us, or we've been on big platforms. You know, so Asha is definitely one of the biggest because, like, he's a big artist and he's also a dancer. You know, so the dancers see him as, you know,
an idol.
Yes, as an idol. You know, so that's definitely one of the biggest. Another one I know my dancers are, like, really looking forward to is Chris Brown. You know,
I was gonna mention that.
Yeah, so if they do Chris Brown, then
that's it.
That's it.
Hey.
Yeah.
So are you,
if Michael
like,
Jackson was alive, then
right? I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but are you trying to put some structures in place to make sure that happens, like the Chris Brown thing?
So you see, our way of working is that we work on ourselves to the point where, like, if the opportunity comes, you will use no other. Like, so we keep building on our brand. Like, the DWP that you knew last year is not the same DWP that you're going to see this year. Like, we're going to work on, like, our costuming. Like, branding and everything. If Chris Brown wants to work with a team from Africa, he will definitely get to know that this is the best team that he should work with. So that's how we, because we don't have Chris Brown's contact. How is he going to work with us?
Chris Brown nowadays is all over, especially in Nigeria. You know, he's doing a lot of features here.
And then somebody should connect us.
But so with networking and connect, how do you people, because you have people in the industry, when you want to like do those things, you fall on?
God is our biggest connect. But funny, like everything just like falls in place. Like we do what we have to do. Like with, you know, we're always preparing for the opportunity. Like we don't wait for the opportunity before we start working towards it. Like we prepare ourselves. If there's a chance to go and perform at a concert or a competition in the US, we're ready. You know, that's how we move.
So I heard something during the Asha concert. I heard that they actually contacted you guys.
Yes, they did.
And that's also the case with Beyonce.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, with Asha, they reach out to Afrobeast, and with Beyonce they reach out to Dancegod.
Then you guys are big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that God is our biggest connect. We prepare and then to come.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when such messages hit your DM, how is the how do you react to it?
Sometimes it's like we're surprised sometimes, but at the same time we know and we feel like yes, we are the best to actually do the job. You know, like for instance, Asha was it was interesting, but to be honest, after we did a performance and we were like, no.
I saw you.
Yeah.
I saw the team.
Yeah.
I saw you in particular.
Asha followed us. He followed us to our tent.
Yes,
yeah.
like
he didn't want to leave.
Champagne.
Yes, he didn't want to leave our tent. Like he was in our tent before, after the performance, he came back into our tent. Like he's a global artist. Usually, like, trust me, I'm not even gonna lie. The Ghanaian artists will not do that. You are performing with them, you finish, but you don't even find the artist. The bodyguards will escort the artist out and then they will leave you somewhere. He followed us to our tent after, you know, the performance, and some people were speaking to he's asking them, what's the meaning of this, what's the meaning of that? You know, like, it was, I don't know, I can't explain how that felt, but it was amazing.
But did that ended? Are you both still in touch?
Yeah, he even said that this is not going to be the last. Yeah, so maybe if Asha is doing some showing somewhere, he's probably going to reach out to us, because our style is different from what he's used to. You know, like even with, like, he's a great dancer, but our steps are different. You know, so he was actually like amazed. You know, Afrobeast actually choreographed the whole performance. Yes, Afrobeast actually choreographed the whole performance.
Speaking of Afrobeast, why is he not really putting himself out there like that? Okay,
so you see, you asked me a question about why does it look like Dancegod is the face?
Yes.
That's because, you see, two people cannot, like, drive a ship. You know, the plan was that it was like a tree. We put more attention on Dancegod, and then it's going to transcend down. You know, so if Dancegod is going up, it's going to affect every other person that he's associated with. We couldn't just push, even with the academy members. It's not everybody that blows up all of a sudden. There's a point that you realize that Afonita is shining. There's a point Endurance is shining. There's a point Official Starter is shining. Like, everybody has their time, you know. So Afrobeast time, like, I mean, he's had his time, and his time is still going to come. Like, it's just that, like, there are two different types of people. Like, he's not like so outgoing, you know. But trust me, like, I feel like he's the best choreographer I've met. He and Dancegod are two different types of people. He's more of a choreographer. Dancegod is more of a performer.
So you actually took the... You just did Damage Control. I was going to ask you that. Are you trying to say that he's better?
I'm not saying he's better. He's not better. One is a great performer.
Okay.
One is a great choreographer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So both of them made a
together,
good team.
Yes, they are.
So that is also one side that has affected the team, right?
Yeah. You know, the good thing is that we've been together for a long time, and the team has also really learned from them, you know, because we have classes every Wednesdays and Saturdays, and for some time now, Dancegod has not been teaching, Afrobeats has not been teaching. It's the younger ones that have been teaching, and people come for the class. A lot of people travel around the world and come here to take our class. Recently, we went to Dubai. So many people attended the classes. It wasn't Dancegod or Afrobeats. It was endurance, Afronita, but people were coming because they know they are equally good. You know?
So you're training people.
They've been trained, yeah, they've been trained very well.
Oh, okay.
So now they can do,
yeah,
you know, certain things that like they used to do. Dancegod Afrobeats used to do.
Okay, so you.
I'm not saying they are as good as them.
Yeah.
But they can, you know, do their work to some extent.
I see. So I'm going to ask you a question. Be very honest with me. I don't want any corny replies like how you celebrities do. What's your, with all the stages that you've mounted so far, which stage actually gave you your biggest paycheck? Or which project gave you your biggest paycheck?
Beyonce. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, it's Beyonce.
How much are we talking? No. Give me a range.
No, I can't do that.
Why?
No, I can't do that. It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce. Come on, it's Beyonce. Like
okay, give me a range.
Yeah, it's Beyonce. Like if I say it's Beyonce, you have to understand that.
Yeah, I know it's Beyonce, but
that's Jay-Z's wife.
I know it's Jay-Z's wife, but don't do that. Okay, give me a range.
No, I can't.
So is it in hundred thousands of dollars? No, you're not mentioning the figure, but is it hundred thousands of dollars? Or okay, 100,000 to 1 million.
Hey.
Quables.
What if it's more than that?
More than $1 million.
What if it's more than that?
So it could be.
It could be. It's Beyonce.
Hey! Who this guy?
Mankashi.
Yo, Matse. Yo, Matse. And the Asha one, like, was it equally okay?
Yes, very good. It's Asha.
And they just said, now you people, your, how do you call it? Your prices have shot up. Oh.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know about other people, but anybody that works with us knows that, like we give you value for whatever you pay for. Like, we've made songs, global songs, you know. Like I can mention Overdose. One of the reasons why Overdose is a very big song is because we created that choreography.
Don Jazzy's Overdose.
Yeah, we created that choreography. You know,
hey.
created by us. You know.
Oh really?
Yeah, Down Flat. That song blew up because of the dance. You know, Balance It. That song. You know, so we've made, and whatever the artist is going to make back is millions. You know.
So did they reach out to you, like the Don Jazzy big you out?
Yes, we were paid for everything that we do.
They paid? Everything
that we do, we are paid for it.
Hey! Oh, from here I'm going to join you for my own share. Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wow. So now
and it's not like we have everything that we need.
Don't do damage
no, it's true.
True.
No, I'm being honest with you. It's not like we have everything that we need. Like, we don't have a space of our own. You know.
You're still with Pulse, like.
Yes, we are at Pulse. Yeah, Pulse gives us their space to use. We've been moving from studio to studio. We used to be at One Airport Square. We moved to Jolu. Now we're at East Legon. You know, so like, what our dream and our goal is to like have our own space.
So what's stopping you? They're not getting an appropriate.
Yeah, we need a place. We need a place, and we need support.
Huh? With your millions of dollars, you still need support.
We really need support. Like millions of dollars.
Yes.
Who said millions of dollars?
Yes.
Where is the millions of dollars?
I know you are worth more than millions of dollars.
We are worth more than that, but we don't have that. We are really worth more than that. Like sometimes we actually consider like, because like if we want to charge people what we are worth, they will think that they will say the price is outrageous. You know, so like we actually consider like looking at like the economy and like how things are going, and then we're like, okay, if this is what you have, we're going to work around it. You know, we do that for a lot of. We promote certain songs for free because we want to support like the culture.
Okay, so would you say, let's come back to this whole Dancegod Lloyd thing. If today, if Dancegod Lloyd decides to come back and says that, oh, like let's forget about everything, I want to still be a part of you guys, I want to make comments and all. Would you accept him back?
It's not about me accepting him. Nobody has taken his place. Nobody has taken his place. He decided to leave. So it is he that has to come back.
If he comes back, are you going to put in certain structures that will ensure that he doesn't come back anyhow? Like, how are you going to do it? Definitely you accept him, but once bitten, twice shy, right? It's going to come with conditions.
So if he comes back, he's not coming back. I'm not managing him when he comes back. But I mean, he's coming back as a,
a shareholder.
Yes, of the academy, Yes.
Okay. So what project are you currently working on?
This year? This year we want to travel around the world, and we want to promote more Ghanaian music. Like sometimes we get comments where people say that, why you always dancing to Nigerian music? It's not that. Like if we are being paid, to do it, we shouldn't do it.
Like Ghanaian artists, people pay so that they'll promote your songs.
So yeah, we want to promote more Ghanaian music. We want to work on a dance movie this year, and then we want to travel around the world and teach people our culture and our style of dance. So that's those are the things, kind of things that we want to do this year.
So last question, has your encounter with Dancegod Lloyd actually stopped you from actually considering managing anybody in the future? Would you have a second thought?
You know what they always, I don't know why everybody said this. Everybody actually said this in the beginning, that why are you quitting your job to do this? And talents will always disappoint you. Everybody says that. But I don't know why I kind of felt or thought that it's going to be a different, but it happened. What everybody said actually happened, but it doesn't mean that because of that I'm not going to manage anybody again. It's like a relationship. If a boy disappoints you or is bad to you, it doesn't mean that the next guy is going to be, maybe the next guy might be bad, but it doesn't mean that you give up on, love, right? Yeah, so, I mean, if I meet somebody that's talented that I feel like I can connect with, I'll definitely manage the person.
Your last words?
My name is Quables, co-founder of DWP Academy and manager of DWP Academy. Keep supporting us, keep, sharing our stuff, and we're never going to disappoint you.
Social media?
My social media is Quables on every platform, Quables.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Quables. It was
so
a pleasure
much,
having you on the show. And all too soon, we've come to an end of today's edition of Talk Assignment. I hope you enjoyed every little bit of it. We hope to come your way another time. Till then, be good. We're out. I'm right here in the eastern region of Ghana, and we are on a quad bike behind me. And this is one activity you should do whenever you're here in Ghana. This is one activity you should do whenever you're in the eastern region. So I'm super excited. You all are coming along, and so far so good. It's been amazing. This is how it all started. So guys, this is the bike I'm going to be using, and they are taking us through how to ride the bike. So this is my new friend. What's your name?
This I'm called Matthias.
Matthias, okay.
Okay, this is your brake.
This is my brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Your accelerator.
Accelerator, alright.
Okay. Back brake over here.
That's a back brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is a gear.
Okay.
You have forward, neutral, reverse.
Okay.
Now it's on neutral.
Okay.
Just push it like this forward.
Okay.
Then you accelerate it a little bit to move the bike.
Okay.
Are you okay now?
So yeah, he has taken me through everything. I'm about to move the bike. This is my second time doing quad biking here in Ghana. So let's go, guys.
Slowly. Now, please let your hand be on the brakes, okay?
Yeah, so guys, we are ready to quad bike here. I'm very excited about it. Hi guys! So I'm going quad biking with you, of course. So let's go. I'm happy. I'm super excited. Let's go, guys. This vlog, I had so much fun quad biking here inside the forest here in the eastern region. I had such an amazing time. Can't see the location, Ghana. Do want to follow them on Instagram and book your spots whenever you're in Ghana. Please don't miss. Next year December is happening. Next year January is happening all year round with location Ghana. So I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed coming along with you. Until next time, guys, please don't be missing my videos. I post on Wednesdays and on Sundays, but now I'm going to be giving you Friday vibes, you guys, so 3 times a week. I hope you're excited just as I am. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. So
now,
back canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like it. £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar, download to Lemonade Finance.
Nobody can take it away from that.
So we're back again on this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today, I'm sitting in for your regular host, Emmanuel Lenin. Yesterday was the FIFA Men's Awards with Lionel Messi being crowned as the Footballer of the Year. Today, we are asking if CAF is organizing the CAF Awards this weekend between Mohamed Kudus of Ajax, Thomas Partey of Arsenal, and Napoli's Victor Osimhen. Who are you voting for? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we interact with football fans here on the streets of Accra. My name is Joel Eshen. Follow me as I get some answers and then people's favorites as far as African footballers are concerned. So yesterday was the FIFA Best Award. Lionel Messi was crowned as the overall best player in the year 2022. Today we are asking if we are supposed to organize the CAF Awards this week between Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, and Nigeria's Victor Osimhen. Who will you vote as the best African player? Memo about GhanaWeb TV. So Endra no more FIFA Best Awards. Yeba Africa nanke this year to abana between Kudus, Osimhen, and Thomas Partey. Why not better man?
I think Osimhen is really doing well.
Okay.
Like in game changes, send your body ball, no, like the affection of the game, no, it's so perfect. I think Osimhen.
So it's Osimhen.
The goal scoring. Yeah. So what you are saying? I think Osimhen. Yeah. I think he's the fastest to reach 100 goals between Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. So the guy is really doing well.
Yeah, but others have also been saying that Mohamed Kudus has been brilliant.
Oh, he's doing very well, but not Osimhen. Osimhen is fantastic. Seriously, the guy is really doing well, and I like him.
All right, so it's Victor Osimhen for him,
Let me hear from you in the comment section. Kudus, Partey, and Osimhen. If you are voting for African Best Player of the Year, who will you vote for? Andra, omo ye FIFA Best Awards no. So this week, omo ye CAF Footballer of the Year Awards now. Between Mohamed Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey, why and anke o to about beto amano?
To me, there's a can't be two about. Me are going for Kudus.
Going for Mohamed
Kudus because me who is no best among the three. Yeah.
But Victor Osimhen share goals.
Thomas
Partey who lead Arsenal.
Lead Arsenal. And also but to me, Mohamed na me so me interest wo. So what I say. No me best player me vote am.
See I say Mohamed Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey.
Mohamed Kudus.
Are they more for plan now?
Yeah, for plan.
Okay.
But I know say, ono na me say me gini dey say oni born ball form. But I can't say I come first and second there. Me Osimhen be second.
Osimhen be second.
Sure.
Partey third. Okay, so it's Kudus 2, Osimhen 1. We've already spoken to 3 people. Between Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey, if you are voting for CAF Footballer of the Year, who will you vote for? Let me hear from you in the comment section. Andra no more FIFA Best Award no Leo Messi energy edi kan no FIFA Best Award no ekoye ma o
pa
nipa na person win ya no win
nipa na person win no win.
Okay, enti ya ba Africa Mohamed Kudus, Victor Osimhen, and Thomas Partey. So this week na CAF Awards na why na beto abama no
me enka berma Partey
good mama Thomas Partey
correctly
na Kudus and Osimhen omo performance no so
oh ni na fine but me dey Partey moment I'm feeling
good mama Thomas Partey for him. So it's Kudus 2, Partey 1, Osimhen 1. Pacho my phone was Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, Victor Osimhen, why not beto abama Kudus good mama Kudus adetia
checking it pa me feeling the bibia
feeling how feeling no quantity and say
model ni ball ni bibia ni lifestyle my life
bibia your life.
That's right.
It's Mohamed Kudus. Okay, so we have another one going for Mohamed Kudus. So it's 3 for Kudus, 1 for Osimhen, and 1 for Thomas Partey. And see, the Andra no way FIFA Best Awards no Leo Messi see awaje FIFA Best 7, Ballon d'Or 7. Awards no send open and acquire.
So far the award was genuine. Of course, for World Cup, based on World Cup tournament, you know, Onyani Day or the best. And so far the country carried the trophy. So far the award was genuinely his. Leo Messi deserved it. Although Ronaldo swore, I'm a fan of Ronaldo. But the idea was no yes, it was genuinely perfect for him.
All right. And this week, and Africa Best Awards now. Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, and Victor Osimhen. What to Abananka? Why not Victor
so far, if Metua Bani be a Metua Victor Osimhen.
Victor Osimhen.
Yes.
Adentia.
It's a Metua Victor Osimhen. So far this season, watching the quality, we team are carrying the team no to a standard. What we say, for now, Napoli is on its best. Yeah. Napoli, since way back, Diego Armando Maradona, almost waiting for trophy, and we team are carrying the team. Everybody drew Pepe, so I'm betting magic trophy now. It's quite good. And our scoring chart in Italy, Ronaldo Beye been scoring in 8 consecutive matches. Victor Osimhen from Africa with Team IB, so far he deserves it. Although Partey Kudus, Partey a very good player, but injury prone. Partey injury prone. So far, you know, tournament you in our Africa for our country Ghana will team perform at its best. So for me, my first will be Victor Osimhen. Second, Mohamed Kudus. Kudus is very best. You know, that's all. That's what Kudus.
So Victor Osimhen 1, Kudus 2, and Thomas Partey 3. Let me also get your response in the comment section. Amongst these 3 players, if you are voting for CAF Footballer of the Year, who are you picking? Andra, on your FIFA Best Award, Leo Messi energy, Ekoyema.
Oh well, yeah, manage here because we deserve it. Because World Cup no more than power, no more than I think say Onya no manage here, yeah, fine manage here.
Okay, and until the Bar Africa said this week, and a CAF Awards, CAF Footballer of the Year now. Between Mohamed Kudus, Thomas Partey, and Victor Osimhen. One out for about one.
Well, Partey is doing well. Oh yeah, I aspire. But for me, I was now. For me, Victor Osimhen. Yeah, that guy is doing very, very, very well.
Or boy investors.
What's up, boy? Me bet credit.
Victor Osimhen.
Oh yeah. For me, on there.
Okay, I mean, my phone syndrome between Victor Osimhen, Thomas Partey, and Mohamed Kudus, Yebuti, Africa Footballer of the Year. Oh, come on.
To me, no, first Kudus, Ghana ni fine. Oh yeah, this is only pick mo, but Osimhen there, or me feel, still Osimhen there. Come and vote Osimhen.
Oma feeling tina oh
yes on the peak like team Nagasa no mo peak what I say green kwa green kwa no red and yeah anom so what I say so what I say kai anom what I say you know Osimhen there or number 1 for Africa this time. Wow.
Victor Osimhen, for him, it's getting quite interesting. Thomas Partey, so far, Partey has only 1 vote, but you can also participate in this conversation by giving us your response in the comment section. Between Thomas Partey for Arsenal, they are leading the Premier League table. Mohamed Kudus in the Eredivisie for Ajax, they are 3rd on the league table, and then Victor Osimhen is leading a revolution in the city of Naples as Napoli try to win their first league title after Diego Armando Maradona in 1986. Let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshen. Until we meet again, it's bye for now. So we're back again on this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today, I'm sitting in for your regular host, Emmanuel Lenin. Yesterday was the FIFA Men's Awards with Lionel Messi being crowned as the Footballer of the Year. Today, we are asking if CAF is organizing the CAF Awards this weekend. Between Mohamed Kudus of Ajax, Thomas Partey of Arsenal, and Napoli's Victor Osimhen, who are you voting for? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we interact with football fans here on the streets of Accra. My name is Joel Leshen. Follow me as I get some answers and then people's favorites as far as African footballers are concerned.
You do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Right there.
Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's conversation is one that has really broken marriages, broken trust. And here, as we love to say, we love to spice up your relationship. So let's give you the ones and twos, things that you do in your marriage that can cause a separation or divorce, and if possible, avert it. So I have here with me, seated in my couch, Anastasia Okine. She is a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl. She is a foundation. Yeah, they are doing amazing. Later on, we're going to talk about that. Sure. So, Anas, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Great. And we've been sandwiched by the senior accounts manager of Benchmark Marketing, Victor Wellridge. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I love your great hair.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian, tell the shit. And let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item 1 on page 12, the last of item 1, where I say that of the ECOWAS identification card registration into bracket Ghana card. I don't know if there is anything called Ghana card. Even the card that we use that has been given to us is ECOWAS identification card and not Ghana card. I don't know where we've captured it. We are always capturing Ghana card. Even when the Electoral Commissioner came yesterday, in her report, she stated Ghana card. Is a card Ghana card or national identification card, or ECOWAS card? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, right, Mr. Speaker, I very much appreciate the concern raised by Honorable Bejra, except to add that the Ghana card terminology has become quite a popular refrain. That has become the other name for the, officially is the ECOWAS identification card. But on the streets, in our constituencies, everybody, popularly refers to it as a Ghana card. So I think that once it has been put in brackets after the actual name, the official name, I think we can let it pass, just for clarity that we are referring to the Ghana card. I do not think that it really hurts. Once the ECOWAS identification card has been properly captured, I think we can let it pass if Honorable Bejua doesn't mind.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. If you look at the same page, paragraph 1, 3 ministries were invited. In other words, 3 bodies were invited: the Electoral Commission, NIA, and the Finance Ministry. Paragraph 2 captures the attendees well, but in paragraph 1, the Minister of Finance is surprisingly missing. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ from what my colleague Honorable Okujeto said. This is a house of records, and I'm sure whatever we do must appropriately capture any official titles accorded. We must not, for the sake of popular. We have popular misconceptions. Something that is popular is not necessarily true or right. I think there's a distinction between that. Mr. Speaker, I say this conscious of the fact that legal issues have cropped up sometimes along the line. I used to remember some years ago we had a cigarette called 555, but the popular name was 55. The matter went to court in respect of that matter, and the one who was dealing with 55 lost because the real name was 555. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the name should be captured appropriately as it has been labeled, so that we don't have any offense of dealing with it in there. Mr. Speaker, it's better for me to prevent you from holding my hand than for me to use my strength to wrench myself free. I think that if it's possible to do what is proper before we are taking to task on it, it's better for us. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader. Speaker, the that we all hold bears the inscription ECOWAS passports, but it is referred to as a Ghana passport anyway. In this particular case, the law recognizes it, the terminology Ghana card. If you look at the instruments, section 1 of LI 2111 is captured there. That is to be known as Ghana card. Ghana card in brackets. So if it is done that way and is captured in brackets, it's the same thing. The law so recognizes it. It's not just the terminology in the streets. The law recognizes it.
Yes, Prof.
Honorable Speaker, thanks for the clarity being brought to the matter by our revered leader. I also want to find out from you if the CI is 2023 or 2022. Thank you. Because it is captured here on the third line, the National Identification Authority on the Draft Public Elections, into brackets, registration of voters regulations 2023. I thought that we've been dealing with this since last year. So I don't know whether it is 2022 or 2023. Thank you.
Actually, you haven't seen the draft yet. They have it. I haven't seen it. I got a box in which was allowed to be copies of the draft. I didn't open it. It was referred to the clerk's office to reply to the Electoral Commission. So I don't know whether the year written there is 2022 or 2023. I think the table office, the table office is in a better position to clarify this, whether it's 2022 or 2023. Yes, please.
The Speaker, as you do know, there was an attempt to introduce this in the House last year. So it bears 2022. However, as we do know of constitutional instruments and of all regulations, the date will come after the date of Gazette. And the date of Gazette is what then will carry, ultimately. So that is what it is. So for now, the draft before us is 2022. And to the extent that it may be approved in 2023, thereafter, when it is introduced in the House, as the Constitution provides, the Speaker, with respect, Articles 11(7), that any other rule or regulation made by person or authority under a power conferred by this Constitution or any other law shall, and C says, come into force at the expiration of 21 sitting days after being so laid, unless Parliament, sorry, I should have read B. It shall be laid before Parliament, be published in the Gazette on the day it is laid before Parliament. So when it is laid, that date then would describe the instrument. For now, what we have is the draft, which bears 2022.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, please, I also want to add that the report of the Special Budget Committee, a copy of which I have here, which is the basis which recommended that we should have a committee of the whole further pre-laying deliberations to invite the relevant institutions, NIA, the Electoral Commission, and then the Finance Minister, in their recommendations. Mr. Speaker, that report, which formed the basis for the further engagement we have been having, refers to the draft CI as the constitutional instrument public election, registration of voters regulations 2022. So I will suggest, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker, that what we should be working with should be what is contained in this report, the special budget report, which is the draft CI 2022. In that case, we need to amend what is here. The 2023 should be 2022, since that is what we are working with, the recommendation from the Special Budget Committee.
Well, the Special Budget Committee was written in the last meeting. The agenda for this meeting actually captures it as 2023. It says draft public elections registration of voters regulations 2023. If you look at the agenda of business for this meeting, I think that's what the table office is following. As I said, the instrument is not yet before the House. And so when it comes, we'll definitely get the correct rendition of the title of the instrument. So let's leave it as it is, and then we can proceed. With this, we move on to page. Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I do understand the explanation you've offered, but in that case, is it also possible that since you are not sure of which dates we have to use, to leave it open? This is a suggestion I'm just proposing or want to find out.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clearly explained that we know the date that we are working on. In fact, when it is gazetted, that's when the date will be determined. But now we are working on it 2023. So your explanation is that we leave it as it is. So there isn't a question of whether we know the date or not. We know that we are working on it this year. And the Speaker has ruled that we leave it 2023. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that should be okay.
Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I noticed that you wanted to move on from page 12, but my honourable colleague raised a matter which I also intended to raise earlier, which relates to the guests we had at the Committee of the Whole.
Yes.
It was
yes.
briefing from 3 entities, NIA, EC, and the Finance Minister, to give assurances on financing of the NIA cards. So, Mr. Speaker, the way it's been captured here is as though our guests were 2. Even though I note that the Finance Minister has been stated at paragraph 2I, that he was in attendance. I think he did more than just being in attendance. He was written to appear before us and to give assurances. So if we could amend paragraph 1 to reflect what was your directive, that these 3 entities, that is the Ministry of Finance, the National Education Authority, and the Electoral Commission, appear before the Committee of the Whole. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, thanks for the reminder. I think our attention was drawn to it earlier. Table office kindly insert the Ministry of Finance as a 3rd institution that was invited to appear before the House and the Committee of the Whole. Page 13. Yes.
Right, Mr. Speaker, please, item number XVII at page 13. Mrs. Ekuya Chineboa Asare, head of portfolio, the spelling of portfolio, the T is missing. Mr. Speaker, if portfolio can be corrected so that we would have head of portfolio management, identity management systems. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office kindly do the right thing. Please correct it accordingly. Page 14. Oh, sorry. We are adjourned at page 13. Please, honourable members, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 28 February 2023 are adopted as a true record of proceedings
subject to the corrections. We will move on to official reports. I have a copy of the official report of 19th July 2022, that is on Tuesday. Any corrections? Yes, Honorable Blakwa.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, please, at column 24, the third paragraph, my statement on Nelson Mandela International Day, I referred to Oliver Tambo, the third paragraph. Oliver Tambo has been captured wrongly. What is here, Oliver Tambe, doesn't exist. It should be Oliver Tambo.
You said third paragraph, right?
Yes, please, the third paragraph. The fifth line of the third paragraph.
Yes. Oliver Tambo, not Tambe. Please, table office, take note of that. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, respectfully, I'm holding the same official report, but what I'm holding doesn't have columns 21 and 22. I don't know whether it is only mine or others also have same problem. And also no columns 35 and 36. Sorry?
I think it's your copy because I have all.
Oh, then I'm unlucky.
Yes, please kindly get a change of your copy. Honourable members, any further amendments? Any corrections? Honourable members, the official report of Tuesday, 19th July 2022, as corrected, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have in our midst a distinguished delegation from the West African Regional Parliamentarians Forum, and they are here on a visit. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the members of this delegation who are here on an academic program. They are here, among other things, to discuss roles of both parliamentarians and defense and security officials in oversight, accountability, and outreach processes. The program is further intended to create a platform for networking between honourable members of this House and their West African counterparts, with the aim of deepening relations. Honourable members, please. There are actually about 70 of them in the country, and some are in the public gallery, but we have some of them seated at the distinguished guest gallery. I can only introduce those at the distinguished visitors gallery, but forgive me if I'm unable to read the names of all the 70 members of the delegation. But to my left, you can see them at the public gallery. I hope leadership is listening. So I start with those at the Distinguished Visitors Gallery. And the first is Honorable Mahmoudou Lamine Diallo. He's the Vice President, National Assembly of Senegal. We have Honorable Suleiman Sahu, the Member of Parliament for the Gambia. Honorable Kadidiata Diallo, the Member of Parliament for Mauritania. Honorable Issa Flomina Ferrara Suarez da Costa, the Member of Parliament for, well, we say Cape Verde, but here is Capo Verde. Then we have Honorable Sahar Joanna, the Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee on Defense and Security of Senegal. We have Ms. Amanda Dory. She is the Director, ACSS. And we have Honorable Munkaila Issa, President, Defense and Interior Commission of Niger. Honorable Tomin Alexia Kokuse, the Vice President of the Defense Security Commission of Côte d'Ivoire. Honorable Yauvi Atiegbe Ihu, President of the Defense and Security Commission of Togo. We have Mr. Kabir Adamu, Special Advisor to the President of the Senate of Nigeria. For some days now, they were having some serious elections. All is well that ends well. We have Mr. Zie Primail Ouattara. He is an interpreter to the group. And as I said, the rest of the other members are seated at the public gallery to my left. It's important you acknowledge their presence. And on your behalf, I want to warmly welcome all of them to the Parliament of Ghana and to wish them fruitful deliberations with the academia and also members of this House. Honorable members, I've just been informed that the Honorable Sahir Joanna is the Chairman, Parliamentary Committee on Defense and Security of Sierra Leone, not Senegal. I'm sorry, that was what I was given. Thanks so much for the correction.
How many of you know the meaning of Sierra Leone? Yes? Current affairs. How many of you know the meaning of Sierra Leone? Yes. Honorable Mama Yarga.
The Lion Mountain.
Lion
Mountain.
Correct, for 3 points. Yes, that's the benefit of being a member of the ECOWAS Parliament. Yes.
I was saying that we send him to the ECOWAS Parliament. And of course you should know that. If you are not known, we will draw him from ECOWAS Parliament.
Well, I'm not too sure about you withdrawing him from that Parliament. Yes. Yes, after this, go and do some research on Sierra Leone. There are a lot of things you learn about that country. Honorable members, I hope you find time to interact with the members of the delegation and establish the person-to-person relations, not just country to country or parliament to parliament. The person-to-person relations are usually very important, very enduring, and more beneficial. But once again, you are most welcome. I hope you take time to go around, at least, if not the country, but the city of Accra. Once again, you are welcome. Honorable members, we now move to item 5. And we will start with the main questions, which are all under item 6, to the Minister, not of Finance, but Works and Housing. This morning, I received a letter from the Minister for Finance drawing my attention to the fact that today he will be caught up in a meeting with the delegation from the People's Republic of China. Obviously, you know the purpose for that meeting. They are here and they will be engaging the ministry from first, that is today and tomorrow, on discussions on our debt restructuring program. So the minister has to be there personally. He requested that we shift the questions to Friday, the 3rd of March, and I readily granted the permission. So that is the information for members. So we'll take the questions, main questions under item 6. Item 6. Yes. Deputy Minority Leader, any problem?
Mr. Speaker, I think I cited the letter from the minister. A very good reason why the minister is not here. And so we will allow the Works and Housing Minister to start with the questions. But Mr. Speaker, as you know, this House is not impressed with the record of the Minister of Finance attendance, but we will allow that letter to stand, as you know.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know my respected colleague opposite me expects that people treat him fairly in terms of choice of words. And I have taken note of his concerns about some approach in dealing with issues of disagreement. But I would beg him to withdraw the aspect of his statement. Quote, this House is not impressed. If you are talking about your own impression about the minister, say so for the record. But don't let Hansard capture the phrase, this House is not impressed. This House is a House of 275 members. And I do not know of anything untoward that has been done by the finance minister to warrant this statement from you on behalf of the entire House. The minister, as courtesy demand, has written to Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker has read it out aloud and in extenso to us as a House. So I do not think the least you can do is to say that the House has not been impressed with his conduct. What did he do? Mr. Speaker, I beg that that aspect of his statement be withdrawn or is expunged from the records. It's needless, with the greatest respect.
Mr. Speaker, the respected Deputy Majority Leader is always not paying attention. His rise to fame is through basically twisting people's words. Mr. Speaker, I was very clear about what I said. I was talking about attendance. We are talking about the Minister of Finance's presence today. We have a letter that says that he's engaged, a very important engagement. I accept that. But I said this House, and of course, I was speaking in terms of this side of the House, is not impressed with his attendance. What is wrong with that? So, Mr. Speaker, I don't withdraw that statement because that is what I believe in. If he has a problem with that, he can just modify that statement. But that is what we believe, that his attendance in this House is not impressive. But that is not to say that today's absence has not been justified.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, he who comes to equity must first do equity and must come with clean hands. You see, the Deputy Minority Leader is a very sensitive person who is sensitive to words. Now you're saying that a statement that you boldly made, that this House is now being qualified or modified to mean your side of the House. If that is what you meant, why didn't you say so? And you are not courageous and honorable enough to accept your mistake. Then you now say that somebody's rise to fame is through twisting people's statement. I didn't twist your statement. And I would not use that to rise to any fame. I don't need it. I would want to earn it through hard work and merit. So with the greatest respect, it is your statement that I sought to get you to clarify. The Honorable Minister of Finance is a human being like you, a Ghanaian like you. He is also sensitive. In any event, if your side has not been impressed by him, what has he done? Let's be fair. Let us be fair. What has the Honorable Finance Minister done that you are not impressed with? Yesterday he was with us all day. Last week he was here. Let's be fair. What did he do that you would describe as he has not been attending to Parliament? And you are sensitive. You see, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, whilst on my feet,
resume your seat.
Whilst on my feet, colleagues get up, will not speak to the mic. At least it is only fair that you listen to me, and if you disagree, you catch Mr. Speaker's eye. But Mr. Speaker, it's not about the talking and rising and talking and talking. It doesn't help. When Honorable Ama Kofi-Bo was on his feet, I kept quiet and listened to him and paid attention to him so that I would respond. That is the way we do it. So, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that the statement made against the Honorable Finance Minister is uncalled for. 2, it is unfair to his reputation because this is Hansa. 30 years, 40 years from now, students of jurisprudence would pick it, students of history would pick it, and it would be unfair for them to read that the Finance Minister fails when the need arises for him to attend upon this house. That is not correct. And I therefore submit again, Mr. Speaker, that for the purpose of fairness, that aspect of his submission, which has now been qualified to mean his side of the house is not impressed, and going further to say that the man does not attend upon the house, be withdrawn. And if he so chooses, he should apologize. If he doesn't, it's up to him. Honorable Dr. Zaneto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was rising to make a point of order, which was to mention the fact that if we are actually speaking with regards to the order is 92. I beg your, yes, anyway. Order 92-2, which says that it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives to any other member, or to make personal allusions. The Deputy Majority Leader, in rising to make a point about the Deputy Minority Leader, also mentioned the fact that he was not courageous enough, and I do not feel that it was not appropriate. I feel it was inappropriate to actually go down that tangent, given the fact that that was exactly the point he was trying to raise on the order which he rose in the first place.
Honorable members, this House cannot function without cooperation and consensus building. And so when members get up to speak, that should be uppermost in your mind. And therefore your language must respect your colleagues. Very important. The Deputy Minority Leader made a statement. The Deputy Majority Leader took an issue of it. He has come back to clarify that the use of the phrase "the House" meant this side of the House. That is the clarification. Then he also went down to say he was talking about attendance. That is, this House has a problem with the attendance of the Minister of Finance. It is right for the Deputy Majority Leader to contest that. But please, in the exchanges, respect each other. Because that is your impression. That is your view. And we cannot take that away from either of you. We will allow you to express it. That's free speech. And here, you are immune. There's immunity. Nobody can sue you for what you say on the floor of this House. The limitations are just a few. That's why we are using the term immunity, not privilege. Immunity. You are immune. And so please, when you are expressing your opinions or your views, do that in decent, decorous, respectful language. Please, Deputy Majority Leader, you know this issue has been hanging on for some time. And the minority leadership has made it clear that you are one of the problems that they face here. I thought that direct statement would have made you change your discourse. But yesterday, when I gave you another opportunity, what you said fueled the situation. I want to urge you to move away from it. Deputy Majority Leader, you are my son, a dear son to me. I want you to move away from it. But the case is that before, members took issue with the attendance of the Minister of Finance to this House. The Minister has since then improved on attendance. And in fact, he comes to sit here from morning till night. Particularly, honorable members, are you challenging the Speaker? I have always told you, monkey play by sizes. So you can play with each other, but not with the Speaker. I say monkey play by sizes. Yes, so please, let's acknowledge that the Minister for Finance has improved on his record and has been attending anytime we invite him. In fact, he wrote to me explaining why he was absent. You have accepted that explanation. So let's move on. For how many days now, the Minister has been with us from morning till night. And you know the pressure at the Ministry of Finance, particularly this time. So we should acknowledge that. We should acknowledge that. Is it budget time? Not yet. I want us to move on. Senior Prefect.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, particularly happy you talk about the sizes of the monkeys and the way they move together. Mr. Speaker, you make the point that the Deputy Majority Leader may well be a problematic issue that our colleagues have referred to. Mr. Speaker, you also, the same way, make the point that there must be mutual respect in this House. Speaker, is it right for an honorable member on that side to castigate the honorable deputy leader by suggesting that his rise to power has been influenced by, to fame, power, fame, has been influenced or has been piggybacked by his ability to contort and distort the views of other people to gain fame or to gain influence. Mr. Speaker, that could be asked.
Honorable member, I didn't hear that. His rise to fame.
That is the point. That's what we actually triggered this argument. That his rise to fame, independent, well, I use the word piggyback, but I think he said has been predicated by his ability, the Speaker, to twist other people's views and facts to suit the occasion. That is why he's risen to fame or he's risen to influence. That is what the minority deputy leader said. Well, of course you are here. Mr. Speaker, can I complete?
Please,
Mr. Speaker,
your seat.
You have been in this House, Mr. Speaker, with the big boys like us for many years that, Mr. Speaker, you can recall. This House, Mr. Speaker, is disintegrating. It is. Mr. Speaker, there's so much shouting, there's so much animosity, no room for tolerance, Mr. Speaker, in this House. We're not being used to this. People get upset because these tantrums are thrown all over the place, and Mr. Speaker, the whole place breaks down into insanity. It isn't right, Mr. Speaker. But I'm happy today, Mr. Speaker, you make the point. Monkeys play by sizes, and so people should learn to play their role. He's laughing. He knows his role. Mr. Speaker, that is the point. Let's try and introduce some sanity into that. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I sit here and I get completely distressed. For all these years, Mr. Speaker, you were here, there, and that. We haven't observed this. And now, Mr. Speaker, I have invited almost 2 weeks. I'm sitting here. They say they won't approve me, so I'm sitting here. Look at all of this. Can you imagine? But I made my point. I made my point. Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, I think I would invite you to ask the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the point. Withdraw it. I am not saying that whether if he cares, he should apologize. But withdraw and, Mr. Speaker, apologize to the honorable member and to the House. It affronts the dignity of this House. It affronts the dignity of the leadership of this House. Mr. Speaker, these are my comments.
Please, honorable members, this morning I raised the issue of the difficulty of us seated here, hearing the submissions of the leaders. It's very difficult for us to get because your mics seem to have some challenges. So I didn't hear that the Deputy Minority Leader made some statements to that effect. I want to hear from him now whether what the Honorable Katie Hammond said is true of your submissions this morning.
Mr. Speaker, I rose again to basically say that what I stated earlier, that Honorable Afenyo-Markin was twisting it, because as you correctly stated, I was making reference to the minister's
No, please.
absence.
I just want to know what you said.
What I said was that he was Honorable Afenyo-Markin was twisting my words.
His rise to fame.
And that his rose to fame was about twisting words of people. And I was using exactly what he did as an example. Yes. Exactly what he did. But Mr. Speaker, let me make a larger point. Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks since I've been here.
Let me finish with this issue.
Mr. Speaker, let me deal with this.
Please. It's unfair. It's unfair to say that the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader's rise to fame is based on his twisting and turning of what people say. That definitely is unfair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully will withdraw that. But Mr. Speaker, let me state something. The Honorable Afenyo-Markin, will have the courage to tell me, Honorable Kofi Bua, a 4th member of Parliament who has worked 20 years in the corporate world, who has served as Deputy Minister, properly vetted, served as a Minister of State, that I don't have the courage. I am a courageous man. That's why I've served this country so honorably. I've even been a Deputy Minister in this country. Since I've been here, you
actually, honorable members, we don't, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, we don't appoint deputy ministers or ministers of state based on their courage. So that one is not a good basis to say that because you served as a deputy minister and minister of state, you have courage. Courage is something else.
Mr. Speaker, it's courage and honor. It's courage and honor.
As for honor, yes, you have honor. I can see the honorable member for Ododo. He's been standing for some time now. Please, are we out of order?
Right, Honorable Speaker, no. I just want to also say that relying on the order pronounced by my sister and the order 92, I want to say that it is good you have intervened in this issue. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the leader of this House used words that are insulting to somebody like me.
Because for him to say that this house is a house where we use brains and not bronze, it's an insult to all of us. It's an insult to all of us, especially to us on this side of the house. But I'm saying that let us all, in the spirit of what you said, from today, respect each other and know that the words that we use for each other will be reflective of ourselves. So that if you know that this is a word where it's used against me, I will not be happy, you wouldn't use it for your colleague. I think that self-respect for one and the respect for one another, self-respect and respect for one another should be reflective of everything we do in this house from today. Because other than that, when these things continue, people outside will not see us as people who deserve the respect and the honor entitled to as a member of parliament. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, you don't even listen to each other. When a member is making a submission, the others are in a very loud conversation. Then the next minute, you are on your feet and you are expecting to catch the eye of the speaker. I said the ability to catch the eye of the speaker includes good behavior. If I see you are not behaving honorably, you will never catch my eye. Please, I made the statement. I made it. And I used those words, brain and brow. I used those words. As I sit here, I have the stick and I have the carrot. And so, when I see the situation needs the stick, I apply it. When I see that it needs the carrot, I apply it. I use that because at that time, the house was generating into the use of violence. And that is brow, not brain. That's why I used it. So the majority leader just followed and captured on that phrase. I expect that that should be something that should be tickling your conscience for us to continue on daily basis to focus more on the brain than on the brow. And I'll continue to apply it. Please, we are always broadcasting live on daily basis. And the people who elected you here are watching you on daily basis. I'm aware of complaints of you undermining the integrity, the honor of each other. And I think that is not fair. We are all honorable members here. Maybe because the numbers are equal, you think that the strengths are the same. Please, there is a difference. I am only one, but I'm stronger than all of you. Only one. It's only when you come together and decide that you don't need me and you are able to vote together, then you can get 3/4 to remove me. 3/4. But I know you will never get 3/4 to remove me. So, honorable members, please, let's respect each other. Let's continue to treat each other with honor, because that's why you are called honorable members. Your colleagues are here from other parliaments and they want to interact with you. So let's just finish this job and then you can have the opportunity to interact with them, build camaraderie, and then let's move together as a continent. So I will not go far. and I will not admit any person to make any comment on this matter. I've moved on, and I think that I've spoken for and on behalf of the majority leader in this matter of referring to him. I don't know whether you heard me, majority leader. Yes, so we'll move on. We have a lot of questions and we have some statements to deal with. We will start with question number 1593. The question stands in the name of the Honourable Member, Mrs. Teresa Ladi Awuni, the Honourable Member for Okakwe North. Honourable Member, you may ask the question now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Works and Housing what urgent measures and the Ministry is taking to address the drainage system around the Achimota overhead to avoid floods on the roads within the Okakwe North constituency.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing is conscious of the increasing risks of flooding in many parts of Accra. As you may be aware, Accra is a low-lying area, hence many communities are prone to flooding. For that reason, several projects have been initiated across the capital to mitigate flood risks, including the completion of construction of a 304 meters of drains at Apenkwa. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing, under the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project, the GhanaWeb project, will be reconstructing 900-meter length of drain extending from the N1 road bridge to the new Achimota bridge. The scope of works include the redesign and reconstruction of damaged slabs at Abofu and the expansion of the capacity of the drain to hold more water, storm water, to reduce the risk of flooding in the community. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the above, the GhanaWeb project will be undertaking community upgrade works in Aloboshi, including the construction of tertiary drains, which will help alleviate the risk of flooding. Mr. Speaker, the procurement of the construction of the works is currently ongoing, and it is expected that the actual construction will begin in the second quarter of this year. Again, I will appeal to the Honourable Member to add her voice to calls by government for our people to maintain proper solid waste disposal practices in order to curb flooding in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. Pending the full-scale implementation of the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development GhanaWeb project, what contingency measures has your ministry put in place for flood prevention in the indicated areas?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GhanaWeb project, as I mentioned, that's the available funds that we have that can address the flooding situation in your area, and it will start in the second quarter. Procurement processes have started, so we are on course to make sure that your flooding situation is under control in your area. Thank you.
The question is emergency measures whilst we wait for the implementation of this GhanaWeb project. The emergency measures that your ministry has put in place whilst we wait for the implementation of the Garrett project? That's the question. You haven't answered.
Mr. Speaker, my explanation sought to suggest that, as far as our ministry is concerned, the Garrett project is the immediate plans we have to address the issue of flooding in your area. That's why I
no emergency measures.
No emergency measures now. Apart from that, we are dealing with the Assembly, engaging them regarding the issue of improper disposal of waste management practices, and I think I also mentioned that in my statement. Yeah.
Yes, honourable member. Any further supplementary?
Yes, right, honourable Speaker. How is the government ensuring that drainage system in Okankwe North is regularly maintained to prevent blockage and keep water flowing smoothly during heavy rains? How is the government ensuring that drainage system in Okankwe North is regularly maintained to prevent blockages and keep water flowing smoothly during heavy rains?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to maintenance, it's part of our flood control program, and it depends on the availability of resources. We are very much aware of the issues there, and as and when funds are available, we will embark on our flood control program to desilt the drains there to maintain, in an effort to maintain the drains there. Thank you.
Yes, your last supplementary question.
Thank you very much, right, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, I am grateful and honoured for answering my questions. I would like to appeal to your high office to accelerate work in Okankwe North constituency, especially on the Abofu Aloboshi drainage system, since the state of the Abofu drainage system directly and seriously threatens the safety of students of GH Media and residents around Abofu and Aloboshi. Thank you.
Well, this is not a question, so we leave it at that. We move on to question number 1664. It stands in the name of the honourable member for Medina, Mr. Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu. Please, honourable member, ask the question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works and Housing the measures being taken to fix all drainages in Medina in order to prevent flooding and destruction of life and poverty in the municipality.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing is conscious of the increasing rates of floods across the country, which is caused by the increasing rate of urbanization, indiscriminate disposal of solid waste substances, construction in waterways, and climate change, among others. For this reason, the ministry has over the years implemented major drainage projects across the country, and indeed the Greater Accra region, to mitigate flooding. The Medina municipality drains are among the priority drainage projects of the ministry and were selected for construction in the 2018 and 2020 flood control program in a bid to mitigate effects of flooding endangering livelihoods in the community. These include Medina Zongo, Medina Maya Hot, Medina Redco, and Medina Race. There are also ongoing desilting works in the Medina and Adenta Sakura enclave. Mr. Speaker, The Hydrological Service Department, now the Ghana Hydrological Authority, has captured the continuation of the Medina municipality drains in the Public Investment Plan for Medium-Term Expenditure Framework 2023 to 2026. Subject to approval and release of funds from the Ministry of Finance, execution will be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, I wish to use this opportunity to appeal to all stakeholders, including Parliament, our traditional leaders, metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies, and indeed the good people of Ghana to assist government in our effort to curb incidents of perennial flooding in our country. As we anticipate the rainy season, it has become more important to ensure proper disposal of solid waste substances and avoid building on unauthorized areas, particularly in waterways, to curb flooding across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister, given the fact that the drains in Medina was selected as a priority area, it means that Medina definitely is on the heart of the ministry when it comes to fixing of our drains. What assurances can the Minister give the people of Medina with respect to the undertaking by the hydrological services to migrate these drains onto their platform, onto their programs, to ensure that even within this year, 2023, we can see some activities or some constructions on the drains in Medina?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I already made a point that Medina drain is a priority for the ministry, and all that we are waiting for is for funds. As far as we get funds, I can assure you that we will take the necessary steps to continue with the rest of the drains that are left. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely appreciate the Minister's position that all they are waiting for is funds. What processes would it take for you to receive these funds? And I'm asking this on behalf of the people because just last year, 2 people lost their lives around Redco because of flooding. And so the rains will soon set in, and we can't also throw our hands into the air and say we are only waiting for the fund. What would it take for us to get that fund, and how soon can we get that fund for those construction works to commence in Medina?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How soon? I'm not too sure if I can respond to that, but I can assure you that the Ministry of Western Housing are actively engaging the Ministry of Finance, and I'm very hopeful that we'll get funds soon to start the continuation of the Medina drains and other important priority drains in the country. Thank you.
Your last supplementary.
That's so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to note that these projects have actually stopped for the past 2 years, actually, because up until 2020, some activities were ongoing on some of the hydrological projects. And so it's quite a bit frustrating at this point that the Minister can't really tell the people of Medina when we can get funds for this to be done. We can only request of the Minister that whatever steps are being taken to ensure that we get these funds, we do that. If it means that we can rally the people of Medina, the chiefs and the people of Medina, to the Ministry of Finance to ensure that those funds are released for the purposes of those construction work, I think that we would want to do that because the people of Medina are suffering on account of these drains that have not been done. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it there as a comment. Thank you.
Honourable members, we move to question number 1670. Stands in the name of the honourable member for Anglon, Mr. Richard Kwame Sefe. Please, Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works and Housing what plans the ministry has towards
Now we'll be speaking with Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, who joins us live from Ikoyi.
Have you engaged the minister, and what has been his response, and what are you going to do next?
We begin
now.
Back canocre. Susu sang pine, be a want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance while Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Subject to availability of funds, this will be done. Mr. Speaker, my ministry will continue to engage the Ministry of Finance to secure funding and take the necessary steps to protect the people of Anlo and other areas across the country at risk of flooding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Very supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the economic importance of this river, the River Volta, and the interaction with the sea is of enormous importance. For instance, every year, fishes and other aquatic animals come to sponge at the mouth of the river, which in effect gives enough of the fingerlings to support our economy if they grow up. I've been informed that River Volta, which is supposed to take charge of this important dredging of the lagoon, has gone to hire a dredger recently. When we contacted them, we were informed that Anyangmi enclave of the River Volta, where the sandbar is affecting it, has not been captured, or they cannot work on that aspect. May I ask the minister whether the ministry is aware of this and could help us direct or ask River Volta River Authority to work on the sheltered portions of the river. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of the issue he's talking about. And VRA, some time ago, used to have a machine that used to dredge that area. Unfortunately, that machine hasn't been working for some time. And I'm very much aware of the severity of the problem there, which I have noted that it's part of our plans, and whenever funds become available in our engagement with the Ministry of Finance, we will take the necessary steps to deal with the issue at the Kita and Noga Lagoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any more supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. I would like to just appeal to the Minister once again that looking at the severity of the situation, we, the people of Anglo Enclave, we have believed that because of the siltation of the mouth of the river, that is adding to the already precarious nature of the sea erosion, so that the amount involved, the amount that will be involved to defend the walls of the coast, if you could channel something small to whatever the VRA is doing, they will be able to allow the river to flow freely into the sea. Because if the mouth is open, what happens is that the force of the river goes to block the force of the sea, or to break the sea waves. My question to you is that don't you see that having invested in this dredging will be able to support the economy more than allowing it to deteriorate before we come to build sea defense? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that we need to do some dredging there. And that's also, it also costs money. It's a lot of money to do dredging. And that's why I indicated that we are engaging Ministry of Finance for the necessary funds so that we can do the needful, take the necessary steps. Thank you.
Honourable members, we now move to question number 1735. 1735 stands in the name of the honourable member for K2 South, Ms. Abla Jifar Gomashi.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Honourable Minister, I rise to ask you what steps your ministry is taking to ensure that Act 715 and Article 9 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability are complied with in the existing Ghana accessibility standard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the rights of persons with disability under the Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 715, specifically in Article 6, access to public places, and Article 7, access to public services, states that, Article 6, the owner or occupier of a place to which the public has access shall provide appropriate facilities that will make the place accessible to and available for use by a person with disability, unquote. Article 7 states that a person who provides service to the public shall put in place the necessary facilities that make the service available and accessible to a person with disability. In addition, Article 9 on accessibility of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability also states to enable persons with disabilities to live independently and participate fully in all aspects of life. State parties shall take appropriate measures to ensure persons with disabilities access on an equal basis with others to the physical environment, to transportation, to information and communications, including information and communications technologies and systems, and to other facilities and services open and provided to the public, both in urban and rural areas. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing has since taken the following steps. In 2015, the Ministry developed a structured housing policy aimed at addressing housing challenges in the country using well-articulated guiding principles. The policy, as part of these principles, captured inclusivity and compels practitioners to have inclusiveness in the design, implementation, management, monitoring, evaluation, and scaling up of existing buildings. In doing so, the policy requires the state to give recognition to interest, irrespective of income, ethnicity, gender, and social standing. Accordingly, all housing designs are required to adequately address the needs of disabled and the aged. In ensuring the effective implementation of the above policy, the Ministry has facilitated the promulgation of a regulatory regime, the Building Regulations 2022, with legislative instrument number LI 2465, which has incorporated sound standards of the Ghana Building Code. Taking into cognizance of the Article 9 accessibility of all of the conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities, the LI 2465 has made provision for persons with disabilities to access facilities and services open or provided to the public. My ministry will continue to collaborate with all stakeholders, including the metropolitan, municipal, district assemblies, to ensure compliance of the regulations. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity. Honourable Minister, I'm encouraged truly that all these have been put down for the benefit of the disabled. But would you have any success stories to share with us on what you have been able to do with the laws that you have given me? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Yes, my Honourable Member. Since these policies were formulated, some government organizations have responded. You know, the Ministry of Labor, Social Welfare, for instance, they have a new arrangement so that people with disabilities can access the various entrances and the various rooms. There have been elevators in other ministries, Ministry of Education, for instance, Ministry of Works and Housing, and others. So institutions are responding. But as you rightly know, our duty at the Ministry of Works and Housing is to formulate the policy. When it comes to the implementation, this is the responsibility of the various district assemblies. They have to make sure that in the granting of permits and all that, all these designs are incorporated in the permit. I mean, in the designs, so that the requisite approvals can be given. So we do collaborate with them through seminars and all that. But the actual enforcement lies with the district assemblies. As you know, our country, we are operating a very decentralized administrative system. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Minister, forgive my ignorance, but I just need to know, do you have agencies that monitor the implementation in your ministry? Do you have any agencies that are supposed or mandated to monitor that the law is being followed? Do you have any? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, The issue we are talking about is a decentralized activity. It's not within my ministry to monitor. The district assemblies, by law, are empowered to grant approvals of permits. And it is, they are under a different ministry, so they are not necessarily under they are not under our ministry. So our agency are not in a position to monitor. We don't have agencies in our ministry to do this monitoring. But it's the Ministry of Local Government, where these district assemblies are under, that they will be in the position to respond to that question. Our role in this matter is limited to policy formulation, and we have done that. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, we move on to the last question. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I would crave your indulgence to ask one question, given the fact that it borders on disability matters. Mr. Speaker, the minister will recognize the fact that matters of compliance, when it comes to policies, is definitely multi-sectorial. So it's not sufficient to say that my work is only limited to for policy, and that when I do the policy, because it's the AMA or the other municipal assemblies that are supposed to enforce, if they do not enforce the policies that you have enacted with respect to persons with disability, we just leave them to do what they do. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because I was in court this morning. And Mr. Speaker, you won't believe that because the lifts have broken down, the entire court complex right here in Greater Accra region, no person with disability can access, the courts. And it's not only the courts, but many public spaces. And so it's almost like we are not being entirely fair to persons with disability, particularly people who are physically challenged. So, Honorable Minister, can you assure this House what steps your ministry can take to collaborate with the other sectors and other ministries and the MMDAs to ensure compliance with these policies that you have beautifully enumerated to secure access for persons with disability?
Yeah. As I indicated, we are operating a very decentralized administrative system where the Local Government Act empowers the district assembly to ensure that these policies having been made by Parliament, these laws and regulations, which are government policies, are enforced. They have every power to enforce these. If the elevator is not working and it's happening in Accra, it's the responsibility of the district assembly concerned. However, if it is a case that, as a concerned citizen, you have noticed something and you indicate to us, we will take the necessary steps and engage the responsible district assembly. It's not only about the disability issues, about issues of flooding, issues of building on waterways and all that. Whenever we get, last week, 2 weeks ago, I embarked on a tour, and areas that were supposed to be reserved, people were developing them quickly. I engaged the Minister for Local Government, and I wrote to the assemblies concerned to take the necessary action. But I just want to make the point that the local authorities, that is the metropolitan, municipal, and the district assemblies, have the necessary powers backed by law, backed by the Local Government Act, to effectively deal with these situations. Thank you.
Honorable members, at this point, I want to
urge the Committee on Works and Housing to take up this matter. Enforcement of laws passed by this House. We have what we call post-legislation scrutiny. That is part of the oversight responsibility of the committees. So the Committee on Works and Housing, together with the state enterprises, you can take this matter up and as part of your work plan, move in to see how far we've gone with the implementation of this legislation. It's part of our responsibility too. It's not just the ministry or only the agencies. It's important that we get this through. If you look at our country reports, our annual country reports, that's one of the deficits that we have. How we respond to the challenges faced by the people with disability. So it's a very important matter, and I think it should be taken up. I hope the chairman of the committee is around. If not, the ranking member, Works and Housing Committee. Yes, please. So note it down, take it up. You can submit a memo on it as to how you want to go around to inspect and make sure that these things are enforced. I'll definitely attend to it. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, just to follow up on your directives, that if it pleases you, we look at it in the more absolute, where not just specific to that constituency, because I know the rains will start soon. If the committee could be further asked to look at other flooding or flood-prone areas.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you are completely out of order. That's not where we are now. We are dealing with people with disability, not flooding. And the implementation of the laws there too. Yes, we have the last question. It stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Ketu South again, Ms. Abla Jifa Gomachi. Question number 1742.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works and Housing what specific efforts are being made to ensure that newly constructed public spaces are accessible to persons with disability.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Accessibility Standard has been incorporated into the recently passed Building Regulations 2022 LI 2465 for the approving authorities. Accordingly, substantial responsibility has been given to the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to ensure permit applications for new buildings are scrutinized, to ensure compliance with the laws on accessibility for public buildings, which are stipulated in the Persons with Disability Act 2006 at 715. It takes into consideration guidelines for wheelchair transfer and movement, design guidelines for older persons, design guidelines for children with disabilities, and design guidelines for persons with visual impairment. Section 60 of the Person with Disability Act 2006 entreats the owner or occupier of an existing building to which the public has access to, within 10 years of commencement of this act, transitional period, make that building accessible to and available for use by a person with disability. Many owners and occupiers of public buildings have since made efforts, especially with the provision of lifts, access ramps, handrails, to make their properties disability friendly. This can be seen with some buildings in the ministry's enclave, such as the Ministry of Works and Housing, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Gender and Social Protection, Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, the Accra International Conference Center, the National Theatre, and others. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing will continue to work with the MMDAs to ensure compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any supplementary?
Right Honourable Speaker, I have no supplementary question to ask except to urge the Minister to take a holistic look at what we call disability, because it's not only about being partially sighted or hard of hearing or inability to walk. There are many other issues that we need to consider. So I urge you to kindly take a holistic look at disability. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
I thought you were going to draw his attention to the others.
I missed that, sir.
Sorry?
I didn't catch what you said, Mr. Speaker.
The others, you didn't mention. He referred to a number of this, and you said he should take a holistic, and said that there are others apart from what he has mentioned. And I said, I thought you have mentioned some of them, drawing his attention to them.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you are an albino, you have issues with skin disorders, and so if there's an event and there's not enough shade to protect you, you're at risk of suffering from that. So there are other things to do with disability. It's not limited to just hearing. Speech. I'm grateful. I'm glad that we have a translator here in Parliament who is translating. If we didn't have at an event, then that's a disability. You made it difficult for me to follow what is being discussed. So that's why I urge that you look at it holistically. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, I'm grateful. I just wanted, for the purpose of education, it's good to add to what he has mentioned. Yes, honourable members, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. We finished with questions, and on your behalf, I want to thank the Minister for Works and Housing for attending on our call, our invitation, and for responding to the questions of members. Minister, we are grateful. We will now move to public business. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
So we are at the commencement of public business. So we're going on to page 19 of today's order paper and take item 36 on page 19, Speaker.
Well. Yes.
Let me seek
Honourable members.
I'll seek your leave for it to be taken by the Deputy Minister instead.
Honourable members, come with me to page 19. Page 19, item listed 36. Motion by the Minister, in this case, Deputy Minister for Employment and Labour Relations. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to move that
the National Pensions Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Thank you.
Well. Yes, the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to associate myself with the motion ably moved by the Deputy Minister for Employment and Labor Relations. And by so doing, I want to present the committee's report. I want the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read, as I take this Honorable House to the page 1 about the introduction and the object of the bill and some bill recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the National Pension Amendment Bill 2021 was presented to Parliament and read the first time on 10 December 2021 by the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, Honorable Ignatius Bafuwa. The Right Honorable Speaker referred to the bill to the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprise for consideration and report pursuant to Article 106(4) of the 1992 Constitution and Orders 125 and 184 of the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana. The committee is grateful to the Honorable Deputy Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, Mr. Wright, Reko Grebe, and officials of the Employment and Labor Relations and the National Pension Regulatory Authority for their attendance and for assisting the committee in its deliberations. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to exclude the police service, the immigration service, the prison service, the security and intelligence agencies, and the Ghana National Service, Fire Service from the unification. Mr. Speaker, as I draw the honorable attention to the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in the conclusion, the committee believes while the challenges associated with the unification process under the Act 766 are being resolved, in order not to compound the unification process, the security services should be excluded from the process. The committee has carefully examined the bill, is satisfied with the provisions, and recommends that the House adopts the report and pass the bill. Respectively submitted. Thank you.
Very well. So, honourable members, the motion has been moved, and the ranking honourable member for Pro East, we can now hear you.
Mr. Speaker, Act 766, as originally set out, had a vision of unifying pensions in the country. However, in the course of implementation, and arising out of our own historical antecedents with the security services, implementation has become a major challenge. And whilst the vision of unifying pensions in the country still remains and is a desirable goal, in the short term, it has become important to exclude the security services as a stopgap measure, whilst the major fault lines, which make it difficult to include the security services in the non-security unification, are being resolved. It is for this purpose that your committee recommends that the report be adopted. However, the House must note that this is a stopgap measure. The vision of unifying pensions should not be thrown away with the bad water or with the dirty water. But that vision, we must find new ways of actualizing that vision, because it is important for public sector pension administration. But in the interim, it become urgent and needful for this amendment to be carried through. With this, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and encourage the House to adopt the report of your committee. Thank you.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is before the House for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support.
Leader, I haven't called you.
Oh.
Okay. Leader, you can now talk. I was looking behind you whether there were people ready to speak to it. So now you can.
Mr. Speaker has been stated. The intention of this bill is to pave way for the establishment of a separate regime to govern pensions in the security and intelligence sector. There is a well thought out policy to make sure that this is exempted, and it also states in the report that the whole idea of the unification of pensions is not going to be abrogated with this exclusion, and that the whole focus on unification of pensions will be followed. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's sound. I support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Let me speak in support of the report and to commend the leadership, both the chair and the ranking, particularly the ranking member who has shown deep-seated interest in these matters. I'm happy we are gradually bringing finality to this concern. And as the object of the bill details is to unify, to exclude certain other security services from the unification of the pension scheme, and as required by the pension law. I think we are all on all fours. It's important. Clearly, the cap 30 that other security services are very much desirous of seeing, government is pushing it back. It's a refreshing news for other security services, and I cannot help it but to commend government, and particularly commend the leadership of the committee for the speed with which they have dispensed of this work. I hope we go through the process and get it done as expected. On that note, Speaker, I want to commend government for this bill. I thank you, Speaker, for the space.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister, you want to say something?
Yes, Speaker, thank you again. And I would want to use the opportunity to thank members for adopting this report. Indeed, it's for adopting.
Has the report been adopted?
I pray that it is adopted. So I'm thanking members in advance of that activity to be done any moment. The interesting thing around this is that the news is that the security services, which otherwise were thinking of, other pension regimes or coming together in a unification process, now will be very clear that they are excluded from bringing them onto the other pension regimes.
is because of the work they do, the risk associated with their work. So if the military is having a pension regime, the Cap 30, which the police enjoy and so on, would now revert to same. And so I'm grateful that members have contributed to this and are going to adopt it. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the sponsors of the bill must be commended for responding to the challenge that related to the implementation of the Act. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw attention to Article 37(6) of the Constitution, which provides, and I read, the state shall ensure that contributory schemes are instituted and maintained that will guarantee economic security for the self-employed and other citizens of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this really relates to the self-employed. What you're doing is those of them in government employ. And of course, ensuring that the system is perfected is good. But for all these years, an obligation imposed on us by the Constitution, we've not responded to it. It's of the same order as Article, I think, 22 of the Constitution, which provides that Parliament shall, as soon as practicable after the coming into force of this Constitution, enact legislation regulating the property rights of spouses. Speaker, 30 years, we haven't done that. 30 years, property rights of spouses, we haven't done that. Fortunately, there's one in the pipeline that we must be dealing with. I think we must endeavor to prioritize that. But having said so, I want the Minister to avert his mind to the imperatives of Articles 37(6), which specifically relates to having contributory schemes to be instituted and maintained to guarantee economic security for self-employed. We haven't attended to that at all. So let the ministry perhaps engage our own committee on employment and social welfare to attend to this. It's been long outstanding. It can't go on forever. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I'll then put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 36 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it, and the motion is hereby adopted.
An act to amend the National Pensions Act 2008, Act 766, to exclude the police service, the immigration service, the prison service, the security intelligence agencies, and the Ghana National Fire Service from the unification of pensions.
Honourable members, the National Pension Amendment Bill 2021 is now read the second time. Yes, leader. Yes, minority deputy whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, from now to 13th May, the minority side will have their primaries, and who are in our constituencies campaigning seriously against us. We are here doing government business. All I will ask from Parliament is the cameramen, it will not take them to be capturing those who are here for their constituents to know that they are working for Mother Ghana, that they can stay in the chamber. If they are capturing them, all of them, and the people in the constituency are seeing them that, look, my MP is really working. So if somebody is here working against my MP, the person is just
is not doing them any favor. It will favor the House. So please, cameramen, capture all the MPs who are here for their constituency to know so that they can stay and do government business. We are working for the nation, and people are there campaigning against us. 7 people for each one MP campaigning against each of them. So please, cameramen, do that work so that they can stay and work. Otherwise, we'll be raising quorum for government business to freeze. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leadership, may you comment on this? Okay. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Well, I think it's a popular call. Obviously, from the chairs coming from the background, it's a popular call. But she shouldn't worry. I know you are preparing to go and have your primaries. Your good works will speak for you. Regardless of the cameras, your good works will speak for you. So go in faith and be confident that your good works will speak for you. I speak in solidarity, in absolute solidarity and in support of her call. But just wondering, the cameras have already been capturing us. The cameras already capture proceedings. So I don't really get it, but on any day I'll support you. I support you. I fully support you. Let it be. Let it be. So shall it be. Let it be.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the quorum we have here, I think the Honourable had proposed a statement. I believe that we can take one statement and then call it a day. So I think that I know you have some of the statement before you. We can just take one and then just one statement and then call it a day.
Yes, Leader, do you want to say something?
Speaker, I'm getting directive from the Leader of the House. I think Honourable Deputy Leader should also appreciate the fact that we have a number of statements piled up, and the Speaker has given indication. So I think when we met, you had indicated that we have about 3. If we could, let's exhaust it whilst we have time or we have less business. So we can manage the time, and then we can take 1 or 2 and draw the curtains.
Well. We are now on item 7, statement. So we will begin with the one for member for Temale North on recent measles outbreak in the northern region. So Honorable Alasan Suhini, you may take the floor and read your statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in the last couple of months, since October, over 70 positive cases of measles among children have been recorded in Northern Region. According to a statement by the Regional Health Directorate, the cases so far have been detected in 4 districts, including Karuga, Sanarugo, Tamale, and Bushabu, where the disease was first detected. Mr. Speaker, sometime last year, the Central Hospital in Tamale had its pediatric unit closed down due to an outbreak of measles. The disease spreads through the air by respiratory droplets produced from coughing or sneezing, making it highly contagious, especially among school-going toddlers. Measles symptoms don't appear until 10 to 14 days after exposure, and this includes cough, runny nose, inflamed eyes, sore throat, fever, and a red blotchy skin rash. Mr. Speaker, the latest development is very worrying. because the disease is not just highly contagious, but can lead to lifelong disabilities, including blindness, brain damage, and deafness. Measles is a highly infectious viral disease among children up to the age of 14. The infection tends to be severe in vitamin A deficient and malnourished children, but it is vaccine preventable, and about 23 million lives throughout the world have been prevented through measles vaccination from 2000 to 2018. In spite of this, Mr. Speaker, measles caused over 140,000 deaths globally in 2018. Mr. Speaker, about 95% of deaths due to measles occur in developing countries. 1% of deaths of children under 5 in Ghana in 2013 was attributed to measles. In 2016, a total of 1,218 suspected cases of measles were reported from 195 districts throughout the country. As of 2020, the year that was designated as the deadline for the elimination of measles from African countries by the WHO, 88 cases of measles were reported in Ghana. In the preceding year, 2019, a relatively higher number of 1,274 cases were recorded. Mr. Speaker, given that the international target for eradicating measles by 2020 has been missed, despite experts' acclaimed commendable strides of our nation attained through consistent and regular immunization, it is important that the health authorities jealously guide against deterioration of our gains made in the efforts to eradicate measles. In calling for the effective management and treatment of detected cases, it is important that challenges such as civil conflict, weak health systems, cultural and economic barriers to reaching certain population groups during immunization ought to be prioritized for resolution. Ghana may have one of the highest essential immunization rates in the world, and may be one of the few countries in sub-Saharan Africa with over 90% coverage with a measles vaccine. At some point, recent data shows a deterioration at about 70% coverage in the last exercise carried out. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I wish to appeal to your good office to request the Minister of Health to, at the right time, soonest, appear before your August House to brief members on how government is dealing with the latest deadly outbreak of measles in especially northern region, and the collaboration it expects from stakeholders such as parents, school authorities, and the general public. I thank you sincerely for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member for Lam, all the constituency. Timpani, well, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this important statement made by my senior colleague. Right Honorable Speaker, looking at the number of deaths that occur as a result of measles is needless. I say so because the measles vaccine is there to immunize the children so that they will not get measles at all. So where have we gone wrong? Is it that we don't have the vaccines? Is it that the vaccines are not properly stored? Is it that the cases are not being reported and that the children are dying as a result of measles? Let's look at the measles vaccine. The measles vaccine is supposed to be stored at a certain temperature. And when it is not stored at that temperature, you even give it to the child, it will no more work. So we have to look at the way we carried our vaccines to the various points of immunization to immunize the children. Then two, most of the traditional homes actually don't think that measles should be treated in the hospitals. And that when a child has measles, they put alcohol into your eyes so that you will not be able to sleep and you will not get complications in your eyes as a result of the measles. Because of that, most of the children go blind, or they end up by getting opportunistic infections and die because of the lack of treatment. And I've realized that in recent times, the normal immunization education that we used to have is going down. So I think that the Ministry of Health should again look at their immunization education so that we'll be able to prevent most of this needless deaths. Let us look at our own homes. Mothers are supposed to be educated on the signs and symptoms of measles or any other condition that has to do with a child. But here is the case, because the education is very low, mothers don't take serious attention to the children when they have measles infection, because people think that has already been eradicated. But in actual fact, we still have measles in our system. And that we have missed the opportunity to eradicate measles in 2020. And that we need to go back and look at the drawing board as to how we can get it done. It is not just measles alone. All the 6 childhood killer diseases are coming back. I learned we have reported some few cases of whooping cough, tuberculosis, and other things, other childhood killer diseases. The Ministry of Health has to be proactive in this area to save our children who are our future leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the maker of the statement, Honourable Suhuyini, for this statement, because it's reflecting the need for us to help our young people on a disease that had almost died because of commitment, overall commitment to address the issue. Mr. Speaker, if at this very moment we still are crying because we don't have vaccines for this disease, it's a big problem to all of us. We have heard about it, not just about the fact that it is about measles, but the 5 killer diseases children are vaccinated against. We understand that there's a big shortage in town, and there's a need for the minister to address this strategically and for us to understand exactly what is happening. This issue about measles is critical because we have seen what measles have done to people. We have seen adults who are unable to walk, who are crippled, and who are dehumanized because of their particular nature. We have seen children who are unable to realize their ambition because of measles. And so when we hear that measles have become, the vaccination against it is in short supply, and people are going to go back to the same situation of being crippled at younger ages, the Speaker, is a serious concern and must be addressed immediately. And it's regrettable that Honorable Suhuyini is beginning to face this problem at his backyard, at his constituency, and places that are close to him. And we do not have to wait until it gets to any one of us. It's important for us to cry loudly and collectively so that we can address this problem once and for all. As I said, we do not expect that at this critical moment in the 21st century, we should be facing the problem of measles in this country. Ghana has always shown commitment to productive health care. Universal health care is being our challenge, our big challenge, and has been addressed severally. I know that in the First Republic, universal health care was tackled comprehensively because everywhere you went, free health care was available. It traveled until in the 70s and 80s, it became difficult for government to maintain the trends. And after the 80s, it became apparent that cash and carry will be the definition of healthcare. The Speaker, as we went along, we now have the present system of national health insurance, which is a closed gap measure to address comprehensively health protection for all of Ghanaians, all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I think that this approach must not be let down once we fail to continue to address situations like measles, vaccinations, and other vaccinations for kids, we'll be defeating the very purpose of our collective healthcare project, which is now, admired throughout Africa, and which has become a symbol of attention for most African countries. It will be a shame and it will be embarrassing that it is reported that Ghana is unable to tackle the situation of measles. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to join the maker of the statement for you to, and also to request the majority leader to request the minister to come and address this problem, this teething problem, so that we can be sure that this is not underestimated and that our children are completely protected and that measles will not be seen as an unsurmountable disease that we cannot tackle. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the maker of the statement, the Honorable Suhini, the MP for Tamale North, for this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, I think this statement is so important because it's not only confined to Tamale North, all the surrounding communities. But Mr. Speaker, what is very concerning about this statement is the state of our healthcare interventions. We've made a lot of progress with such diseases, especially measles. Mr. Speaker, the statement was very clear about the progress we've made. The target was that by 2020 we should have eliminated measles completely. In 2019, the record is that we had 1,218. It reduced to 88. We missed the target in 2020. And today there's an outbreak. And unfortunately, the discussion is that we don't even have the vaccines to deal with this very deadly disease. It has been described. This is a disease that especially targets children and has debilitating effects on children. And Mr. Speaker, it is one of the diseases that we were very sure that we will eliminate. And so, Mr. Speaker, the call by the maker of the statement at the very end of the statement that the Minister of Health should appear before this August House to brief members on how government is dealing with this deadly disease, what interventions are being in place to address the issue of vaccines, is a very urgent one. And I think that we must collectively agree that this must be addressed. Mr. Speaker, we must have our priorities right as a country. Our priorities must be right. We must deal with these deadly diseases first before we think about anything else. I want to thank the maker of the statement and stress the urgency of our intervention. We must do everything possible to quickly get the minister and make sure we clearly understand the intervention plan so that we can deal with all these communities that has been described by the maker of the statement. As we speak, communities in Karaga, Saralegu, Tamale, Bushegu are all under attack on this disease. Mr. Speaker, it is urgent, it is very serious, and we must collectively address this, invite the minister, and make sure that we can understand how we can quickly get the vaccines to deal with this issue. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chief Whip. Speaker, let me speak in solidarity and say that I'm privileged to have some very good information on these matters. Yes, the country recorded some shortage, but it's also a fact that it's 3 vaccines that are now in shortage. I think the BCT, the measles rubella, and I think the oral polio. All the other 10, we have enough in stock. Those to deal with meningitis, penta, and tetanus, and so on and so forth. I'm also told that the ministry has made some commitment. Some good monies have already been paid through UNICEF. And these vaccines, relative the ones to cure measles, are supplied by air freight. And per the arrangement with UNICEF, the vaccines are expected in the country in a fortnight. So that's what I'm told. In a fortnight, the vaccine should arrive. But we'll urge the ministry, if there's something that can be done in the meantime, to speed up, because it concerns lives, especially children. And I couldn't also have agreed with colleagues that the narrative had been that these basic ailments will be out of the system for some time now. It's quite surprising, but I'm happy to know that already the financial commitment has been done by the government, and let's be a bit patient to ensure that we get it. So it's gratifying to know that all the other critical vaccines to deal with meningitis and tetanus, etc., we have it in stock in abundance. What is lacking is the measles, rubella, the oral polio, and the BC gene. I'm sure that the committee, I'm also reliably informed, the ranking member and the chair yesterday met with the sector minister to discuss this, and he has apprised them accordingly. So, empathize with a colleague who made the statement, and it's not a matter limited to that constituency. I think it's a general concern for the country, and we'll follow up, so our leadership will follow up with the minister to its logical conclusion. So, thank you for the space granted.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I think it's important that we commend the maker of the statement, who, as part of his function and responsibilities towards his constituencies and his constituency and constituents, has raised this matter. It's part of the representational function of the member. The Speaker, measles is a highly contagious disease, and so raising this matter is important, not just for the fact that attention will be drawn to his backyard, but that everything should be done to contain the outbreak such that they don't filter out to contiguous constituencies. Because if they do, certainly the rest of the region and indeed of the country would be at risk. The Speaker, the preamble of our Constitution provides that, and perhaps maybe I may quote from the preamble of the Constitution. The Speaker, the preamble of the Constitution provides that the country should protect the human rights as a state. We should protect and preserve the human rights of the citizens. And when you come to Article 34(2) of the Constitution, it provides that the President shall report to Parliament at least once a year all the steps taken to ensure the realizations contained in this chapter, and in particular, the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care. What it means is that health care has been made a right under our Constitution. And indeed, everything should be done under the Constitution to enable a fulfillment of this right that every citizen of this country must enjoy. So, Speaker, it's for this reason that the government of Ghana some time ago introduced the National Health Insurance Scheme. we should work assiduously, not only to expand the frontiers of the health insurance scheme, but to deepen the operation of the scheme, because admittedly, it's getting a bit diluted and should work towards improving it. And having said so, Mr. Speaker, I think I would join the colleagues who have indicated that the Minister responsible for health should be invited to personally speak to these matters so that we have him on record officially as to how the country is working to address this ailment. And it's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I have always insisted that when such statements are being made, this is not a commemorative statement. It's a statement that relates to that has arisen suddenly in the country and required the minister to be here so that he could furnish the country with details of how the ministry is working to contain it. Otherwise, we are all left in limbo. I understand that some communication has gone on between the chief whip and some high government official. I don't know who. And he is relating to some of the issues that he has heard in the House, which is not official. So, Mr. Speaker, I will urge that if it is possible for us to invite the minister tomorrow, because this is an urgent matter, either tomorrow or latest Friday, to respond to how the ministry is working to contain the outbreak of the disease. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. Is Honorable Alexander Gabi Otozu here?
Mr. Speaker, my attention is being drawn by the chief whip, the majority chief whip, to the fact that the minister was programmed to appear today to respond to this matter. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us today. And so we should call on him in view of the statement that has been made. Because if he had been able to come here today, this statement would not be necessary. So he should be here tomorrow to respond to whatever he's required to do. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Member for Gotomi here is not here. And Honorable Member for Kalio is also not here. Is Sala West here? Then Honorable Members, leadership, I come to you.
Speaker, I related to my colleague, and we are minded to. It's past 2 anyway, and we are in your hands, but we've exhausted business for the day. So, Speaker, we are in your hands.
Honorable members, I think you'll bring curtains down. You adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House now stands adjourned.
Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purpose in human life be realized